Excellencies, Excelencias, distinguidas y distinguidos.
Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare open the 6th meeting of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. Before we begin,
me gustaría recordarles que el plazo de inscripción en la lista de oradores para el debate urgente sobre la situación de los derechos humanos en Ucrania derivada de la agresión rusa finaliza esta tarde a las 15 horas. Continuaremos con el segmento de alto nivel. Tengo el honor de darle la palabra y a invitarlo a dirigirse a este consejo, a su excelencia el señor Nakatani Gen, asesor especial del primer ministro de Japón. Bienvenido. Tiene la palabra. Bienvenido.
Presidente, そしてご列席の皆様、日本国人権問題担当総理秘書官の総理補佐官の中谷元であります。人権をはじめとする普遍的価値を守り抜くということを重視する岸田内閣の下で、昨年末に初めて設置された専任補佐官として、今回、ステートメントを行う機会を得たことを大変光栄に存じております。議長、まずはウクライナ情勢について言及せざるを得ません。ロシアによるウクライナ侵略は、ウクライナの主権、領土の一体性を侵害をし、武力の行使を禁じる国際法の深刻な違反であり、国連憲章の重大な違反です。我が国は最も強い言葉でこれを非難します。また、世界人権宣言が人類社会のすべての構成員の固有の尊厳と平等で譲ることのできない権利を承認することは、世界における自由、正義及び平和の基礎であると述べていることを想起しつつ、国際人道法を含め、国際法上の義務の履行を強く求めます。議長、人権や自由、民主主義、法の支配といった普遍的価値は、いかなる国でも尊重すべきものであり、人類における人権擁護は、すべての国の基本的な責務と言えます。その信念のもと、日本は深刻な人権侵害に対して、しっかり声を上げる一方、各国の事情を考慮し、二国間対話や協力を積み重ねることで、各国の自主的な取り組みを後押ししてまいりました。議長、人権状況の改善は一朝一夕に成し得るものではなく、引き続き世界の中で解決すべき課題があります。日本はアジア太平洋地域の人権理事国といたしまして、同地域及び国際社会の人権状況の改善に引き続き貢献をしていく決意です。例えば、カンボジアの人権状況について、昨年の人権理事会で日本が提出した決議が、コンセンサス採決をされました。同国の取り組みが促進をされまして、人権状況の改善につながることを期待をいたします。また、ミャンマーにおいて、クーデターから1年を経た今なお、事態改善に向けた動きが見られないということを懸念をしております。国軍に対し、改めて暴力の即時停止、拘束された関係者の解放と、民主的な政治体制の早期回復について、具体的な行動を取るよう強く求めます。日本は引き続き、 ASEAN 諸国を含む国際社会と緊密に連携をし、事態の改善に向けて最大限努力をしてまいります。国際社会における普遍的価値である自由、基本的人権の尊重、法の支配は、香港、新疆、ウイグル、自治区を含め、中国においても保障されるべきです。昨今の情勢を深刻に懸念をしており、中国に対して透明性のある説明も含め、建設的で具体的な行動を改めて強く求めます。また、北朝鮮による拉致問題は日本の最重要課題であります。拉致被害者のご家族もご高齢となる中、本件の解決には一刻の猶予もありません。これまで採択をされた北朝鮮人権状況決議は、拉致問題等を含む北朝鮮の深刻な人権問題に対する国際社会の強い懸念の表れであります。日本は各国政府および国際社会と緊密に連携をし、北朝鮮に対し拉致問題の即時解決を求め、そして解決に向けて具体的かつ前向きな行動を改めて強く求めてまいります。議長、今日、あらゆる場面で人権尊重への取り組みが一層求められている中、社会経済活動全体で関連の取り組みを浸透させることが重要です。日本政府は2020年に策定したビジネスと人権に関する行動計画に基づく取り組みを一層加速をするために、私のもとに省庁横断的な会議を立ち上げました。国際協調による企業の予見可能性を確保しつつ、企業における人権尊重の取り組みを積極的に進めてまいります。企業のためのガイドラインを今年の夏までに策定する作業も開始をいたしました。議長、この機会に、この最近の日本の取り組みを他もいくつか紹介をいたします。日本は国内外で子どもに対する暴力をなくすための取り組みを推進しており、昨年8月、行動計画を策定しました。ハンセン病、差別撤廃に関しても引き続き国際的な議論を主導し、特別報告者の活動を支援してまいります。また日本は先住民族であるアイヌの人々の誇りが尊重される社会の実現に取り組んでおります。昨年の東京オリンピック・パラリンピック大会では、伝統的なアイヌ舞踊を披露し、アイヌ文化を発信いたしました。この大会で全ての人がお互いの人権や尊厳を大切にし、支え合う、共生生活の実現を目指す姿を世界に示すことができたことを嬉しく思います。女性の人権の保護も重要です。本年、日本は脆弱な立場に置かれた女性に対する新型コロナ対策のため、ニューウォーマン、UN ウォーマンなどに約620万ドル拠出をいたします。議長、韓国の代表が慰安婦問題に言及をいたしました。日本政府は慰安婦問題の最終的かつ不可逆な解決を確認した2015年の日韓合意を含め、長きにわたって慰安婦問題に真摯に対応をしてきております。また、日韓合意に基づく事業につきましては、多くの元 慰安婦の方々から評価を得ております。以上から韓国側の発言は受け入れられません。議長、日本は人間の安全保障、誰一人取り残さないとの理念のもと、引き続き国際社会と緊密に連携をし、人権の保護、促進に貢献をしてまいります。どうもご清聴ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございました。Y ahora le doy la palabra a su excelencia el señor Dmytro, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Polonia. Tiene la palabra. Bienvenido.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it's imperative that I begin with condemning in the strongest terms Russian military aggression that was launched on Ukraine last week. The unprecedented armed attack destroys the foundations of the existing security architecture and constitutes a flagrant violation of international law, including the UN Charter. The horror that was imposed on my country's neighbor has already caused deaths and suffering, including among civilians, and constitutes the most deplorable degree of violations of international human rights law. It also openly confirms our worst fears that Russia holds human rights in complete disregard. Over the past years, we have observed a serious deterioration of human rights situation inside Russia and an unprecedented increase of repressive policies aiming to silence dissenting voices. Any independent opposition activity is currently impossible in practice there. Poland warned about it repeatedly in this very forum. Now, Russian authorities' contempt for human life spilled over, although Ukrainian people have already suffered from Moscow's hand. We urge every member and observer state of the Human Rights Council to deplore Russia's human rights violations in this very council created to safeguard human rights. Poland welcomes the Council's decision to hold an urgent debate on the human rights situation in Ukraine stemming from the Russian aggression. I thank the many members who supported it. The Council should address violations of the rights, ensuring documentation and accountability. We also need to ask ourselves, should Russia continue to be a member of the Human Rights Council? Poland continues to be alarmed by the constantly deteriorating human rights situation in the occupied Crimea, where the repressive policies of occupational Russian administration strongly targets Crimean Tatars and Ukrainians. We are also concerned by arbitrary detentions and torture already used in eastern Ukraine. I want to express my solidarity with Ukraine and make it clear that Poland has taken actions in cooperation with our allies to stop this brutal, unprovoked and unjustified act of war. The support for Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity remains a cornerstone of Polish foreign policy. This support needs to be voiced clearly. We have already witnessed where Russia's aggressive policy of occupying its neighbors leads. We saw it in Abkhazia and South Ossetia, Chin Valley region, and later in Crimea. International community must not allow this to continue. We call on Russia to immediately stop this war, to withdraw troops, and to respect human rights and humanitarian needs of the people of Ukraine according to obligations stemming from international law. Ladies and gentlemen, since 2020, we have been observing an unprecedented human rights crisis in the neighboring country of Poland, Belarus, after the fraudulent presidential elections. The enduring environment of repressions that followed has particularly targeted independent journalists and media outlets, human rights defenders, dissidents and lawyers, and even members of the national minorities. Nowadays, in Belarus, there are over 1,000 political prisoners, and this number is constantly growing. Poland stands in solidarity with all of them, including leaders of the Union of Poles in Belarus, Angelika Borys and Andrzej Poczobut, and more than 30 imprisoned journalists. Moreover, the Belarusian authorities did not hold back from reaching to even more deplorable levels of breaching international human rights law. This was clearly shown by the massive instrumental use of migrants to exert an artificial pressure on the EU borders. Now, it materialized in Belarus' participation in the war by helping the aggressor. All of these blatant human rights violations have occurred in a persistent climate of impunity. In this context, we underline the pivotal importance of the UN mechanisms established in this very Council to gather and preserve information and evidence of the human rights violations in Belarus in the context of the 2020 elections. The mechanism's activity has to be continued in order to fulfill its mandate. Ladies and gentlemen, our fight for the rights of those in vulnerable situations seems to be never-ending, despite efforts of many. In 2022, continuing our engagement from past years and expressing solidarity, Poland will advocate for the rights of children, persons with disabilities, women, and elder persons. We will also continue our commitment to advocating freedom of religion or belief, with special attention paid to those suffering violence and discrimination due to their belonging to religious or belief minorities. We believe this is our moral obligation when conflicts, climate change, and the pandemic disproportionately affected those groups. Last but not least, Poland will continue efforts to promote principles of good governance. We also acknowledge that this Council has recently undertaken to accelerate efforts aimed at protecting human rights in the context of climate change. Distinguished colleagues, we must protect human rights always and everywhere and oppose all forms of discrimination or violence. These days, we cannot remain indifferent to suffering of millions of innocent people in Ukraine. We do expect that the Council and the entire international community will live up to its responsibilities and respond in promptly and appropriately way. Poland stands with Ukraine and calls for peace. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Marise Payne, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Minister for Women of Australia. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President, Secretary-General, High Commissioner, Excellencies and distinguished delegates. Australia is a strong supporter of the multilateral system, the central tenet of which is the United Nations Charter. The Charter has been a pillar for global peace and security since it was ratified 7 decades ago. A resilient and effective multilateral human rights system makes the world safer and more secure for all, with respect, promotion and protection of human rights at its core. Australia condemns in the strongest possible terms Russia's unprovoked and unacceptable attack on Ukraine and its people. Russia has seriously breached international law and the UN Charter. We share the High Commissioner's concerns about the heightened risk of serious violations and abuses of human rights due to the deteriorating situation in Ukraine. We call on Russia to cease violence and hostilities. Australia is deeply concerned by the humanitarian cost that will be borne by the Ukrainian people as a result of this conflict. We are preparing assistance to support humanitarian relief through the UN and international agencies. Australia recognises the essential role that the Human Rights Council plays. We reiterate our firm and enduring support as an observer state and our commitment to being a constructive and open partner in human rights. A council that is fit for purpose, well-resourced, effective, transparent and accountable to member states is critical. Australia supports the Office of the Human Rights Commissioner and the independence of this office. The success of the Council depends not only on its institutional strength and resilience, but also, crucially, on the responsibility of its members to uphold the highest standards in the promotion and protection of human rights. Australia encourages cooperation and engagement from all states at the Council, but we must also acknowledge that the conduct of some states continues to fall short of the standards we expect. In this respect, Australia welcomes new Council members and their pledges to engage in the Council in good faith. We welcomed the High Commissioner's undertaking in the Council's 48th session to publicly release her office's assessment on the allegations of egregious human rights violations in the Xinjiang Uyghur Autonomous Region. Publication of this material as soon as possible is vital, given the absence of transparency from China surrounding these extremely serious abuses. We will continue to advocate for the protection, promotion and respect for human rights across our bilateral, regional and multilateral engagements, and particularly in our Indo-Pacific region. Australia continues to be particularly concerned by the deteriorating human rights situations in the DPRK, in Afghanistan and in Ethiopia. We are deeply troubled by the situation in Myanmar, where 1 year since the military coup, the Myanmar people's most basic human rights have been brutally suppressed. We continue to work with ASEAN partners and others in the international community towards a peaceful, democratic transition in Myanmar. Diversity of membership in the Human Rights Council is also vital if we're to understand the full range of human rights challenges before us and to respond effectively to them. Australia is focused on ensuring that the Indo-Pacific region is represented in both the issues considered by the Council and in its decision-making. We thank Fiji, the first ever Pacific Island Council member, for their contributions to the Council over the last 3 years, including Ambassador Khan's tenure as President. We look forward to continuing to work with the Marshall Islands as an important voice for the Pacific this year and wish Timor-Leste every success for their aspirations to become a Council member in the future. Australia continues to be committed to enhancing a Pacific voice on human rights and social inclusion. In facilitating the Pacific Satellite Summit of the Global Disability Summit, this month Australia has sought not just to elevate Pacific voices, but ensure that the social inclusion and human rights of people with a disability is a priority in our region. Social inclusion is a priority of Australia's human rights engagement. We will promote and advance the rights of Indigenous peoples globally and in our own country. We will champion equal rights and an end to violence and discrimination against LGBTI persons. We will continue our strong advocacy for the rights of women and girls, especially for full enjoyment of sexual and reproductive health and rights, and an end to gender-based violence and discrimination. We will continue to oppose the death penalty in all circumstances for all people. It is deeply flawed and unfair. It is used disproportionately against the poor, people with intellectual disabilities and minority groups. Australia is committed to responding to violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms. Australia will use its expanded autonomous sanctions laws to take timely action and deter those responsible for gross violations of international human rights. Our recent reforms enable Australia to sanction people and entities responsible for or complicit in egregious conduct, including grave human rights abuses and malicious cyber activity. These measures are appropriate, effective and legitimate, fully compliant with international law. The lasting global impact of the COVID-19 pandemic will make adherence to human rights critical to future peace and stability. In pursuing global recovery, Australia reaffirms its commitment to sustainable development that places human rights at the centre of achieving sustainable and inclusive development. Australia reaffirms our strong call on all member states to protect, respect and promote human rights, particularly in times of crisis.
Thank you. Y ahora tiene la palabra a Su Excelencia, señor Anwar Gargash, asesor diplomático del presidente de los Emiratos Árabes Unidos. Tiene la palabra.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the United Arab Emirates, I would like to extend our congratulations on your assumption of the presidency of the Human Rights Council. We're truly thankful for the trust placed in the UAE by the UN General Assembly last October when I was elected to become a member of the Human Rights Council for the third time for the 22-24 term. In this new term, the UAE will continue to focus on building bridges through dialogue, collaborating with partners, and supporting the work of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and her office. Mr. President, in a few weeks, the Dubai Expo 2020 will come to an end. I'm sure that everyone who participated in it will agree that it has been a celebration of all that is best and most aspirational about human society. The Expo may be ending, but we plan to ensure that it is the spirit that lives on, including through our work on this Council. At the same time, we have been continuing to reinforce human rights at home in the UAE. In this spirit, I am delighted to be able to inform delegates that in line with the commitments we made in our most recent UPR, the UAE's National Human Rights Institution has now been established and began its operations in December. The UNHCR is an independent entity in accordance with the Paris Principles, and we look forward to seeing it contribute to the protection and promotion of human rights in the UAE. It will soon be seeking accreditation in the Global Alliance of National Human Rights Institutions. At the same time, we have been undertaking a wide-ranging review of our laws to make them increasingly progressive and more fully in line with our human rights responsibilities. This has led to substantial progress on a number of human rights files. But we know there is more to do, which is why we look forward to adopting a national action plan for human rights later this year, and will continue to examine ways to make even more progress. Mr. President, I will focus my brief remarks today on highlighting some of the challenges that I believe could benefit most from our collective efforts. There are few challenges more in need of a coordinated global policy response, or that more starkly illustrate how much more needs to be done to promote human rights than the COVID-19 pandemic. Indeed, over the course of the pandemic, the UAE has been honored to closely collaborate with other countries to provide protective equipment to healthcare professionals and to support global vaccination efforts. Abu Dhabi's HOPE Consortium has, in its first year of operations, facilitated the delivery of over 250 million vaccine doses to countries around the world. It is therefore imperative we expand our collaborative efforts to combat COVID-19 and to ensure assistance reaches those who need it most. We believe that the commitment to human rights is impossible to realize unless we empower women at all levels of society and every sector. The UAE is proud of the continued indicators of our own progress on women's rights. These are well documented, but let me just mention two recent examples. The UAE is the highest ranked country in the Arab region in the World Economic Forum 2021 Global Gender Gap Index. And as a sign of Emirati women's pioneering work in STEM subjects, women constitute 80% of the scientific team that launched the Emirates Mars mission. The issue of climate change is one that matters deeply to our young people and one that poses a very real threat. Indeed, our youth will be the ones who are mostly impacted by it. So we have a collective responsibility to take action to mitigate the risks it poses to their future and their rights. That is why the UAE recently committed to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. And it is why we will continue to support the work of the human rights mandates on climate change that were recently adopted by the Council. At the end of last year, the UAE was honored to be chosen to host COP28 Climate Summit, which is set for November 2023. This speaks to our dedication to being a leader on global efforts to combat climate change. Mr. President, to make progress on these and other human rights related issues, it is vital that countries also strive to promote peace and security. Unless we do so, it will make the task of protecting and promoting human rights significantly more challenging. Regrettably, the new year has seen an escalation of tensions in our region. In the last month alone, there have been multiple ballistic missile and drone terrorist attacks launched by the Houthis and other non-state actors. These took the lives of 3 innocent civilians in the UAE. We're grateful for the condemnation of these terrorist attacks by the Security Council and the support expressed by more than 120 countries. We now urge the international community to take decisive and tangible steps to pressure the Houthis to end this aggressive behavior and to engage in serious efforts to implement a ceasefire and reach a political solution in Yemen. Beyond the clear violation of international law that these terrorist attacks represent, we also see them as an attempt to undermine our efforts to promote peace and security throughout the region. Despite this, the UAE remains steadfast in our dedication to build the Middle East with prosperity, peace, and human rights for all. That is why the UAE has been working hard to build bridges through both bilateral and multilateral channels. We're taking determined steps to strengthen diplomatic relations with other countries in our region, especially those with whom we have had some disagreements in recent years. For example, our decision to sign the Abrahamic Accords was driven by a desire to reduce tension and build a shared platform for promoting better lives for people across the region. This is part of our wider efforts to promote a tolerance agenda in the region. We need countries to come together to counter hateful ideologies that threaten peace between communities and that violate the human rights of others. Distinguished delegates, it is in that spirit that we look forward to collaborating with you to advance human rights for the benefit of all people everywhere. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Shukran. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Eva Maria Limets, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Estonia. You have the floor, madam.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this spring's Human Rights Council is being overshadowed by a large-scale war started by Russia in the center of Europe in Ukraine. This has led to a widespread humanitarian catastrophe already in 5 days. I was in Kiev when the bombing started. I saw and felt the tragedy of despaired people on my road out of the country. I was then returning home. They were leaving theirs. International community must stand up and act so that they have their homes back. Now, in 2022, we are all witnessing a major aggression against them, against the core principles of international law and against peace. Russia alone is responsible for what has happened and must be held fully accountable for its unprovoked, aggressive and illegal actions against Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity and a crime against the people of Ukraine. Let me be clear, we are witnessing an aggression like which Europe has not seen since the end of the Second World War. Soon there are millions of victims of war. Russia must grant humanitarian access to people in need of food and medicines. We must act immediately to impose massive and severe costs on Russia. The international community must send a strong and united political message explicitly condemning Russia's illegal actions against peaceful Ukrainian population, actions that look like a precursor of the genocide. We have to stand with Ukraine and the people of Ukraine. We must lend Ukraine as much political and practical support as possible. We must be vocal in demanding the protection of human rights and international humanitarian law by the Russian Federation. Therefore, we welcome the decision to hold an urgent debate on Ukraine and call for the adoption of a strongest possible resolution. Russia, the aggressor that launched a war against another sovereign state and is causing the death and suffering of innocent people, is today a member of the Human Rights Council. Let me recall that the members of the Council are obliged to uphold the highest standards in the promotion and protection of human rights. The only way to retain the credibility of the Human Rights Council is to suspend the membership of Russia of the Council. Mr. President, the fact that Russia has chosen the path of aggression and has rejected diplomacy is not surprising in retrospect. This issue and the potential threats have been repeatedly discussed in the meetings and sessions at the Human Rights Council. Preparations by Russia for the launch of a large-scale invasion against Ukraine have been going on for many months now. Indeed, as allies and partners from the democracies made significant diplomatic efforts to avert conflict, Russia continued to amass troops on Ukraine's border. The link between the human rights situation and security is direct. The more authoritarian a state is, the more aggressive it is. Serious human rights violations often indicate potential armed conflict and thereby function as a warning mechanism. Over the last 2 decades, we have seen a steady decline in human rights in Russia and Belarus. Democratic institutions and associations are being repressed. Civil liberties and human rights are suppressed. These are the very bitter fruits we have today. Mr. President, at the current 49th session of the Human Rights Council, we will discuss a resolution on human rights defenders and will consider the reports of the Special Rapporteur. The importance of the role of individuals and civil society institutions that promote and protect human rights and fundamental freedoms cannot be overestimated. Their actions are very much needed and deserve sincere gratitude. It is our duty to support and protect these people and institutions. Growing authoritarianism in many countries has led to a situation where civil society institutions are being instrumentalized. Human rights defenders discover that they have been branded as foreign agents have suddenly become dissidents in their own country and face real imprisonment. They also face regular threats, attacks, reprisals, and acts of intimidation by the authorities. Women, human rights defenders, who are often working in life-threatening circumstances, are particularly exposed to sexual and gender-based violence. There is mounting evidence that systematic and state-led strategies are used to silence human rights defenders. All these incidents of violence need to be documented, and we demand that those responsible are brought to justice. The international community must do everything to prevent such acts of violence. Mr. President, I also want to express my concern for the human rights group Memorial International, whose first honorary chairman was Nobel Peace Prize winner Andrei Sakharov, and which has recently been closed by Russia's Supreme Court. Please allow me to pay tribute to all journalists who, like human rights defenders, stand for human rights and human dignity and often sacrifice their lives to tell the truth. A few weeks ago, the Global Conference for Media Freedom was held in Tallinn, the capital of Estonia. The motto used by the conference came from the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. The freedom to seek, receive, and impart information and ideas through any media is crucial to enabling the exercise of all other human rights. Next year, we will celebrate the 75th anniversary of this key UN document, and it is as relevant as ever. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Y ahora tiene la palabra Su Excelencia el señor Roberto Álvarez, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de la República Dominicana. Tiene la palabra, Excelencia.
Señor Antonio Guterres, Secretario General de las Naciones Unidas. Señora Michelle Bachelet, Alta Comisionada de Naciones Unidas para los Derechos Humanos. Señor Federico Villegas, Presidente del Consejo de Derechos Humanos. Señor Ignacio Casís, Presidente de la Confederación Suiza. Distinguidos jefes y jefas de Estado y de Gobierno. Distinguidas ministras y ministros, señoras y señores. Tras 16 años de la creación del Consejo de Derechos Humanos, hoy, frente a una crisis mundial considerada la peor catástrofe en un siglo, aún nos queda mucho camino por recorrer y grandes retos por superar. Esta pandemia ha exacerbado aún más las ya difíciles situaciones de las poblaciones más vulnerables y el surgimiento de nuevos desafíos que reclaman nuestro esfuerzo mancomunado. A pesar de ello, vemos con optimismo las palabras expresadas por el presidente de la Asamblea General de que este es el año de la recuperación. Para ello, es preciso adoptar medidas que contribuyan al desarrollo, a la paz y a la seguridad en todas las naciones, lo cual solo se podrá lograr desde un multilateralismo renovado. El gobierno dominicano, en aras de no dejar a nadie atrás, ha impulsado un plan de vacunación gratuito que ha sido exitoso, con resultados a la vista y cifras elocuentes. El 67% de la población elegible está completamente vacunada, cifra que ha ido en aumento en estos primeros meses del 2022. Aproximadamente el 79% de la población tiene al menos una dosis y más de un 27,5% tiene una tercera dosis, con una letalidad actual de 0,4%, siendo esta una de las menores del mundo. En ese sentido, creemos firmemente en la necesidad de que todos tengamos acceso de manera equitativa a las vacunas. República Dominicana ha donado en solidaridad unas 820.000 dosis a varios países de nuestra región. Llegado a este punto, me permito citar las palabras de nuestro presidente Luis Abinader de que solo estaremos seguros cuando todos estemos vacunados. En este trimestre damos inicio al 49º periodo de sesiones del Consejo de Derechos Humanos y con ello República Dominicana reitera su compromiso con la democracia y los derechos humanos. Nuestro país ha ratificado los principales convenios de derechos humanos y les ha otorgado rango constitucional. En el 2004, 2 años después de la creación de este Consejo, creamos la Comisión Interinstitucional de Derechos Humanos en nuestro país, un mecanismo que integra a todas las instituciones de los 3 poderes del Estado en aras de cumplir con mayor eficacia con nuestros compromisos internacionales. La progresividad del derecho internacional de los derechos humanos nos ha permitido adoptar normas, planes y programas para mejorar la calidad de vida de todas las personas en nuestro territorio. Un ejemplo a citar es el Plan Nacional de Derechos Humanos, que describe la política pública transversal en esta materia en todo el sistema gubernamental y que aborda derechos civiles y políticos, derechos económicos, sociales y culturales. Protege las poblaciones más vulnerables y los migrantes. Alerta contra la discriminación, la trata de personas, entre otras materias. Para seguir ampliando los compromisos, tenemos gran interés en trabajar más de cerca con la comunidad internacional. Por eso hoy, en este escenario, República Dominicana anuncia su candidatura al Consejo de Derechos Humanos, dispuestos a mantener y promover las más altas exigencias en materia de la promoción y protección de todos los derechos. Cooperar con los trabajos del Consejo y continuar contribuyendo con los diferentes mecanismos existentes en esta materia que permiten su evaluación e implementación. República Dominicana presenta su candidatura para el periodo 2024-2026 al Consejo de Derechos Humanos, convencidos de que, como país caribeño, jugaremos un rol importante, mostrando con nuestro ejemplo el valor y la importancia de nuestra región en la defensa de los valores proclamados en la Declaración Universal de Derechos Humanos, para lo cual esperamos contar con el apoyo de todos ustedes. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Excelencia. Tiene la palabra ahora Su Excelencia, el señor Đorđe Radulović, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Montenegro. Tiene la palabra.
High Commissioner, Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. We are holding the first HRC session this year against the backdrop of one of the most severe security and humanitarian crises in Europe's recent history. Montenegro remains deeply concerned about the situation on the ground and the growing number of human casualties. We strongly condemn military action of Russia at the territory of Ukraine that poses flagrant violation of international law and the core principles enshrined in the UN Charter and Helsinki Final Act, and we call for immediate ceasefire and reversal of its actions. Excellencies, in the dark days there must be a ray of light that will get us back on track, and that is why we must remain committed to multilateralism and the international forums we have created together, including this one where we speak today, and remind ourselves of the values and principles to respect. It is my honor to address the HRC today on behalf of the government of Montenegro as its newly elected member state, and to be in position to discuss contemporary challenges and trajectories of enjoying and respecting human rights and fundamental freedoms, human dignity, and advancing the overall human rights agenda. Foremost, I would like to congratulate Mr. Federico Villegas on his election as the President of the Human Rights Council for 2022. We highly appreciate the presented priorities, including further improving the efficiency of the Council and in particular its preventive role. Montenegro remains credible, determined, and forward-looking member of the Council in its efforts to meet its ambitious human rights agenda. We recognize and commend the work of the Council in the promotion and protection of human rights at the national, regional, and global levels. The Council's preventive role continues to be pivotal, given the wide range of challenges for the full enjoyment of human rights across the globe, which came to the fore during the pandemic that most gravely impacted the vulnerable groups. Along those lines, we strongly advocate the active and sustainable promotion of human rights, the rule of law, and democracy in building more inclusive, just, solidary, and resilient societies that promote and ensure the full protection of civil, political, economic, social, and cultural rights. In that vein, we are utterly committed to sustainably contributing to the HRC mandate and to promoting an open, inclusive, and constructive dialogue between member states. Mr. President, Montenegro is strongly committed to protecting and promoting the universality, indivisibility, and interdependence of human rights at all levels as a precondition for sustainable peace and security. The COVID-19 pandemic has exacerbated existing inequalities and deepened the discrimination and the poverty gap. It is therefore our shared responsibility to ensure an inclusive, sustainable, and more equitable recovery from the global crisis, including the human rights crisis. This also means making vaccines against COVID-19 public good and ensuring equal access to and distribution of all vaccines to all. We strongly condemn massive, systemic, and widespread human rights violations, including attacks on civilians, journalists, and human rights defenders, documented cases of enforced disappearance, forced detention, torture, and other cruel punishments. Being strongly committed to advancing the human rights agenda, Montenegro will continue to also support the work of the High Commissioner and her office, projects and initiatives to strengthen human rights and freedoms globally. We remain concerned about the humanitarian tragedy and the growing number of persons in need in many conflict-affected countries. We recognize the importance of ensuring accountability for atrocity crimes and preventing their recurrence, emphasizing the important role of the International Criminal Court in this regard. Excellencies, as a member state of the Council, Montenegro will continue its constructive engagement in the work of HRC, addressing the most pertinent issues on the agenda. We will also promote our priorities in the Council, such as fundamental rights, freedoms, universal abolition of the death penalty, the rights of vulnerable groups, the impact of the pandemic on the human rights, the fight against discrimination on any ground. We will place a strong focus on children left behind, both within and beyond the pandemic context, promoting efforts and resolutions toward gender equality, and actively participating at the same time in the sessions dedicated to access to education for most vulnerable groups, including minorities, Roma, and refugees. We will also continue to participate in the work of core groups and groups of friends having Montenegro as a member. We unequivocally support the right of all citizens to express their view and to make demands for positive change. We also support the commitment to strengthen cooperation with the civil society and create an environment conducive for unhindered participation of civil society in the work of the Council. Montenegro will also participate in efforts to strengthen the effectiveness of the UN treaty bodies and other human rights mechanisms. The cooperation within UPR and the active participation in all UPR sessions remain one of our priorities. Special procedures are an essential component of the UN human rights system, and we encourage all countries to issue this standing invitation and accept their visits, given the expertise the mandate holders can provide. Mr. President, at the national level, Montenegro is continuously striving to implement the necessary reforms aiming to build a stronger, sustainable, and resilient system. We also see our membership in the HRC as an opportunity to further advance the national human rights agenda, including the system to protect the human rights of the most vulnerable. Montenegro's priorities in HRC are in line with our ongoing EU integration. We firmly believe that the synergy of these two processes will further enhance respect for the rule of law, human rights, and fundamental freedoms in Montenegrin society toward further building a more resilient, more inclusive, and more open society. Finally, I would like to reassure you that you can count on Montenegro as a constructive and dedicated partner in our joint efforts to strengthen respect for human rights across the world and to enable a dignified life and full enjoyment of human rights and freedoms for all. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Y ahora tiene la palabra Su Excelencia el señor Ahmad Arman, Ministro de Asuntos Legales y Derechos Humanos de Yemen. Tiene la palabra.
سعادة السيد رئيس مجلس حقوق الإنسان الموقر، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة المشاركون جميعا، إنه لشرف كبير لي أن أتحدث إليكم في هذا المحفل الدولي الهام لما تمثله حقوق الإنسان من مبادئ وأهداف نبيلة لمجتمعاتنا البشرية التواقة للعيش بكرامة وحرية وأمن وسلامة وتنمية. وللأسف تنعقد هذه الفعالية الرفيعة المستوى وبلد اليمن يدخل عامه الثامن من الحرب والمعاناة بسبب ما أقدمت عليه ميليشيات الحوثي في سبتمبر 2014. لقد كان الشعب اليمني طموحا في التغيير نحو الديمقراطية وبناء الدولة اليمنية الحديثة التي تعزز حرية الإنسان وتوفر الفرص المتساوية للجميع للمشاركة في العملية السياسية والاقتصادية والثقافية والاجتماعية. وعقد لهذا الغرض مؤتمر الحوار الوطني الشامل برعاية الأمم المتحدة الذي توصل إلى نتائج هامة جدا على كل الأصعدة التي تلامس تطلعات الشعب، والتي انبثق منها مسودة الدستور الجديد لبناء الدولة اليمنية الحديثة بشكلها الاتحادي. وكان اليمنيون يتطلعون إلى إجراء استفتاء عام على مسودة الدستور للبدء في تنفيذ مخرجات الحوار الوطني وبناء مؤسسات الدولة الجديدة، واعتبروا هذه العملية الوسيلة الوطنية الشاملة لرسم خارطة الطريق لمستقبل اليمن والخروج بالمعالجات والحلول لكافة القضايا الوطنية. السيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة المشاركون جميعا، لقد تحدثت الحكومة اليمنية في محافل متعددة ومنها هذا المجلس أوضحت بأن اليمن دخلت في النصف الثاني من العام 2014 في منعطف خطير للغاية، حيث برزت جماعة الحوثي المسلحة التي رفضت ما اتفق عليه اليمنيون في مؤتمر الحوار الوطني الذي شاركت هي فيه، ورفضت مسودة الدستور الجديد، وارتكبت أعمال عسكرية أوقفت عملية الانتقال السياسي في اليمن وأدت إلى الانقلاب على السلطة الشرعية في 21 سبتمبر 2014. وكان الأحرى بالعالم أن يتخذ موقفا صلبا ضد الانقلاب في حينه ودعم الحكومة اليمنية لإنهائه، كونه يعتبر انتهاكا صارخا لحقوق الإنسان وفرضا لإرادة مجموعة مسلحة بقوة السلاح، وهو ما يتنافى مع القوانين والأعراف المحلية والدولية. والمؤسف حقا هو ما يلاحظ من تعامل ناعم من قبل وكالات الأمم المتحدة ومفوضية حقوق الإنسان مع هذه الميليشيات، والتي جعلها تزداد شراسة وعدوانية في قمع واضطهاد الشعب اليمني الواقع تحت سيطرتها. وهناك العديد من التقارير التي تفضح ذلك السلوك الإجرامي، ولا نزال نتطلع أن تعيد هذه الوكالات والمنظمات النظر في مواقفها المتراخية وتتخذ مواقف حازمة تسهم في ردع تصرفات تلك الميليشيات. كما نطالب المجتمع الدولي ومجلس حقوق الإنسان أن يتخذ إجراءات فعالة من شأنها حماية المدنيين في المدن اليمنية المختلفة ومخيمات النزوح من الاعتداءات والهجمات الإرهابية التي ترتكبها ميليشيات الحوثيين بحق المدنيين والأعيان المدنية في اليمن وفي دول الجوار، والتي تشكل انتهاكا صارخا للقانون الدولي الإنساني والقانون الدولي لحقوق الإنسان، وتهديدا حقيقيا على المنشآت المدنية والحيوية وإمدادات الطاقة واستقرار الاقتصاد العالمي وتقويض الأمن والسلم الإقليمي والدولي. ومن بين هذه الجرائم التي ارتكبها ميليشيات الحوثيين هو اتخاذ السكان كرهائن في مدن وقرى كاملة، واستخدامهم كدروع بشرية، واستخدام المدارس والمراكز المدنية كمخازن للأسلحة والمباني الحكومية كمراكز للاعتقال، وأسطح المنازل للقنص واستهداف المدنيين، وتمارس الخطف والاغتصاب وتلفيق الاتهامات واحتجاز الناشطات سياسيا ومهنيا. كما أن هذه الميليشيات تواصل حصار المدن وتحرم السكان من حرية التنقل أو الوصول للماء والغذاء، وتستخدم التجويع كوسيلة حرب. ونظرا لما ترتكبه هذه الميليشيات الإرهابية، فإننا نطالب المجتمع الدولي ومجلس حقوق الإنسان إلى التحلي بالمسؤولية تجاه إرهاب الحوثيين والمتعاظم ضد المدنيين في اليمن وخارجه وضد الملاحية الدولية في البحر الأحمر، والعمل على سرعة تصنيفهم كجماعة إرهابية حتى يتمكن العالم من فرض المزيد من العقوبات تجاه قادتهم المتورطين بارتكاب تلك الجرائم. السيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي والسعادة الحاضرون جميعا، إن الوضع المأساوي الناتج عن الانقلاب أوجد معاناة إنسانية حقيقية في اليمن، وخاصة في تلك المناطق الواقعة تحت سيطرة الميليشيات الحوثية بسبب تصرفاتها اللا إنسانية المتجسدة في نهب أموال الدولة من عوائد الجمارك والضرائب والمؤسسات الإرادية الأخرى. ووصلت حد تلك الممارسات حد سرقة المساعدة الإنسانية كما اعترفت بها بعض الوكالات الدولية. وأجدها فرصة لأعبر عن تقدير وامتنان الحكومة اليمنية لكل الدول والمنظمات التي قدمت الدعم والمساندة للشعب اليمني ولا تزال، وأهمها مركز الملك سلمان للمساعدات الإغاثية والإنسانية والهلال الأحمر الإماراتي وغيرها من الدول والمنظمات. وختاما، إن مستقبل اليمن الآمن والمزدهر لن يتحقق إلا بإنهاء الانقلاب ووضع أسس سليمة لسلام دائم وشامل ويحقق النماء والعيش المشترك لكل اليمنيين وفقا للمرجعيات الثلاث المتفق عليها محليا وإقليميا ودوليا، وهي مخرجات الحوار الوطني الشامل والمبادرة الخليجية وآليتها التنفيذية وقرارات مجلس الأمن الدولي وخاصة القرار 2216 سلاما يحافظ على قيم الديمقراطية والشرعية ومقومات بناء الدولة والنظام والقانون التي ينشدها كل اليمنيين. ومن هذا المكان نناشد المجتمع الدولي أن يدعمنا في تحقيق ذلك في أقرب وقت ممكن. وشكرا.
Shukran. Y ahora tiene la palabra Su Excelencia el señor Bui Tan Son, Ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Vietnam. Tiene la palabra.
Mr. President, I am honored to address the 49th session of the Council at the time when the world is at a crucial juncture. The COVID-19 pandemic is draining resources, disrupting economies, deepening existing divides and inequalities, effectively wiping out years of development progress. For the first time in decades, extreme poverty is once again on the rise. Meanwhile, violence and armed conflicts continue to break out and rage on in many areas, threatening peace, stability, and development, undermining prospect of a robust, sustainable recovery of the world economy. All this is on top of the existential threat of climate change and environmental degradation, which affects all nations and all peoples. At the same time, never before, humanity holds so much power enabled by advancement in technology and innovation to influence and determine the characters of the world we live in. Today's technologies, if we so choose, can foster connections and linkages to bring peoples and nations closer together and can enhance dialogue, understanding and cooperation to ensure peace, stability, prosperity, and to address the global challenges. We can choose to shift towards a green, circular, digital economy which empower people, improve livelihoods, and protect the environment. This opportunity urges us to build forward better, to ensure everyone is equal in the pursuit of happiness, freedom, and sustainable development, and that no one is left behind. Mr. President, this year marks the 45th anniversary of Vietnam's UN membership. But for 77 years since our nation's independence in 1945, Vietnam has been taking on unwavering commitment to delivering to our people the very values that the UN is striving for. People are at the heart of Vietnam's development strategy. They are both the chief beneficiary and the principal driver of Vietnam's development process. We seek to balance GDP growth with cultural and social progress, environmental protection, and climate resilience. This people-centric and holistic approach has enabled Vietnam to effectively tackle challenges. Vietnam's GDP growth in 2021 was 2.58% and is projected to accelerate to 5.5% this year. Poverty rate continues to fall and Human Development Index keeps improving. Facing the pandemic with assistance from international partners, Vietnam has effectively launched the nation's largest ever vaccination campaign. Vietnam is now among the countries with the highest vaccination coverage, with 97% adult population fully vaccinated. We are now preparing for a green and inclusive post-pandemic recovery. Mr. President, it was at this high-level segment last year that Vietnam formally presented its candidature for membership of the Human Rights Council for the term 2023-2025. We pledged to make positive contributions to the work of the Council in the spirit of mutual respect, dialogue and cooperation, ensuring all human rights for all. We stand ready to work closely with other member states and stakeholders to uphold the principles of the UN Charter and the international law and strengthen the efficiency and effectiveness of the Human Rights Council through dialogue, cooperation, and mutual respect. We will promote the enjoyment of human rights and fundamental freedoms in a comprehensive and holistic manner in all civil, political, economic, social, cultural, and developmental aspects. Our efforts will focus particularly on the protection of vulnerable groups and combating violence and discrimination against them. The promotion of gender equality, especially for women and girls in the era of digital transformation, and on protection and promotion of human rights in addressing global issues, especially climate change. And we will work to promote the right to health, particularly in the unpredictable context of COVID-19 and other communicable diseases. The right to decent work in joint efforts to achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, and the right to quality education based on equality, opportunity, and universal access. We do look forward to receiving the valuable support of all UN member states and to work with all of you to build a better future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. E agora tenho a honra de dar a palavra e convidar a Sua Excelência o Senhor Rui Alberto Figueiredo Soares, Ministro de Assuntos Estrangeiros, Cooperação e Integração Regional do Cabo Verde. Bem-vindo. Tem a palavra, Excelência.
Obrigado, Sr. Presidente, Excelências, distintos delegados, minhas senhoras e meus senhores. Sr. Presidente, começo por felicitar Vossa Excelência pela sua eleição como Presidente do Conselho e manifestar total disponibilidade da Delegação de Cabo Verde para colaborar consigo e com os demais membros do Conselho para reforçar o diálogo em matéria dos direitos humanos. Excelências, as questões que abordamos hoje neste Conselho, como as alterações climáticas, a violência e a igualdade entre homens e mulheres, os direitos humanos na era digital e os direitos das pessoas com deficiência, teriam sido imprevisíveis nas relações internacionais da história contemporânea. Embora tenhamos feito muitos progressos, há ainda muito trabalho por fazer. Reunimos-nos nesta sessão num contexto de pandemia e da devastação causada pela Covid-19. O Conselho dos Direitos Humanos oferece, pois, importantes contributos para a construção de melhor renovação do contrato social, prevendo um caminho a seguir, não deixando ninguém para trás. Temos de aproveitar todas as oportunidades para alcançar uma recuperação inclusiva e sustentável, e para isso temos de passar de medidas de mitigação temporárias para investimentos de longo prazo ancorados numa perspectiva dos direitos humanos. Excelências, a pandemia da Covid-19 levou-nos aos nossos limites, testando a nossa resiliência em todos os setores da economia e áreas do desenvolvimento. Ao abordarmos os impactos da pandemia, é importante que reconheçamos o facto que os mais vulneráveis e marginalizados foram os mais atingidos. A pandemia desestabilizou e devastou os mais pobres das nossas comunidades, agravando as desigualdades existentes e invertendo os progressos na concretização dos Objetivos de Desenvolvimento Sustentável. Em 2021, muitos relatórios, diálogos e resoluções sublinharam a importância de uma cooperação internacional eficaz e de parcerias na resposta às consequências socioeconómicas da pandemia. No entanto, a pandemia não é apenas uma crise económica e de saúde, é também uma crise dos direitos humanos. É por isso imperativo que todos os esforços de resposta e recuperação para a pandemia da Covid-19 estejam centrados nos direitos humanos e promovam a proteção dos nossos cidadãos, em particular dos mais vulneráveis. O Conselho analisou o impacto negativo desproporcionado da pandemia nos direitos humanos das mulheres e das raparigas e salientou a importância de se prosseguir ativamente para alcançar a igualdade entre homens e mulheres. Por outro lado, a pandemia da Covid-19 e a gestão das vacinas contra esta doença exacerbaram uma série de questões relacionadas com a proteção e promoção dos direitos humanos, nomeadamente o direito à saúde. Com a disparidade existente no acesso às vacinas, é essencial que os esforços de resposta incluam a distribuição igual e justa das vacinas para todos. Sr. Presidente, para que a universalidade dos direitos humanos não seja apenas uma palavra vã, é essencial que todos tenhamos a oportunidade e o acesso à participação no Conselho dos Direitos Humanos. Para alguns Estados, especialmente aqueles que não têm representação em Genebra, a falta de recursos e logística podem, efetivamente, dificultar o envio de uma delegação ao Conselho. Por esta razão, o Fundo Fiduciário de Assistência Técnica Voluntária para apoiar a participação dos países menos desenvolvidos e dos CIDs, Pequenos Estados Insulares em Desenvolvimento, esse mecanismo foi criado em 2012. Esse fundo, que funciona com contribuições voluntárias dos Estados-membros da ONU, foi a resolução mais patrocinada pelo Conselho dos Direitos Humanos desde a criação deste organismo em 2006. Um recorde de 160 Estados-membros apoiaram esta decisão. Este mês assinala-se o 10º aniversário do Fundo Fiduciário, este importante marco que oferece uma oportunidade para refletirmos sobre as realizações alcançadas, sublinhar e reiterar a importância da participação universal de todos os Estados-membros das Nações Unidas no trabalho do Conselho dos Direitos Humanos. Em 2021, o Fundo apoiou 19 delegados dos CIDs e dos PMAs, 11 mulheres e 8 homens, promovendo deste modo a paridade de género no Conselho. Apesar dos obstáculos derivados pela pandemia da Covid-19, o Fundo facilitou 2 workshops do Fundo Fiduciário Regional Virtual para as regiões africanas e asiáticas. Presentemente, 31 doadores já contribuíram para o Fundo, comparado com apenas 2 em 2014. Embora as delegações tenham provavelmente notado o número crescente de delegações conjuntas dos CIDs, há ainda muito trabalho por fazer. O principal desafio continua a ser a assistência aos países menos avançados e aos CIDs, permitindo a sua participação ativa nos trabalhos do Conselho. Isto é particularmente importante à luz da pandemia da Covid-19 que atingiu duramente os países em desenvolvimento. Excelências, Sr. Presidente, Cabo Verde continua firme no compromisso assumido com a promoção e proteção dos direitos humanos. O papel dos Conselhos dos Direitos Humanos é hoje mais vital do que nunca. Hoje, período em que assistimos a uma guerra inesperada na Europa, que tem consequências desastrosas sobre os direitos humanos e, por isso, Cabo Verde apela, de facto, a um cessar-fogo e ao entendimento entre as partes beligerantes através do diálogo e da via diplomática. Esta reunião do Conselho constitui, por isso, uma excelente oportunidade única, uma oportunidade de nos unirmos em solidariedade e prosseguirmos na recuperação sustentada e inclusiva com os direitos humanos no centro dos nossos esforços. Asseguro-vos o apoio contínuo da minha delegação nos trabalhos do Conselho e sucessos a esta 49ª sessão. Muito obrigado, Sr. Presidente, muito obrigado pela vossa atenção.
Muito obrigado, Sua Excelência, pela presença. And now I would like to have the honor to invite to His Excellency Mr. Ahmed Khalil, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the Maldives. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. At the outset, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. I wish you and your team a successful year ahead. Rest assured, as in previous sessions, the Maldives will continue to extend its full support to the Council under your able leadership. Mr. President, it will soon be 2 years since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic. Fortunately, the Maldives is on the road to recovery with strong public health and economic measures. More than 80% of the eligible population has been vaccinated, irrespective of their legal status or nationality. To achieve similar success on a global scale, it is important that the international community ensures equitable and affordable access to COVID-19 vaccines. Excellencies, the Maldives' foreign policy is based on 3 pillars: defending human rights, upholding the principles of democracy and good governance, and climate change. Since the adoption of the new constitution in 2008, the Maldives has persistently advocated for human rights and fundamental freedom. Together with other small states, we have worked tirelessly to bring global attention to the existential threat of climate change and effects on the full enjoyment of human rights. We have worked hard to bring to forefront the human dimensions of climate change and have taken the lead on a series of resolutions on human rights and climate change, including early mandates such as Resolution 19/10, establishing the Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Environment. We are also proud to have been a lead co-sponsor of the historic landmark Resolution 48/13, by which, for the first time, the Council recognized the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment as a human right. The adoption of Resolution 48/14 on the creation of a Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights in the context of climate change is further testament to the importance that this Council now attaches to the human rights dimension of climate change. Excellencies, beyond advocating for environmental measures, the Maldives is engaged with human rights mechanisms on a broader scale. We are pleased to note that the Maldives' third cycle Universal Periodic Review was conducted with the wide participation of the Council members in 2020. This past year, the Maldives also completed its 6th periodic report review before the Committee on the Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. Excellencies, the Maldives is a firm believer in the multilateral system and its importance for promoting peace and security. In this regard, we express our deep concern on the escalating security and humanitarian situation in Ukraine and calls on all concerned parties to uphold their obligations under international human rights and humanitarian law. We encourage the global community to engage in constructive dialogue pursuant to the United Nations Charter to ensure a swift and peaceful resolution to the conflict. We also wish to highlight our deep distress about the plight of the Palestinian people, particularly in the occupied territories. We will continue to support the right to a sovereign and independent Palestinian state. Excellencies, the Human Rights Council is a fundamental pillar of the international system. It is exceptionally critical now as we strive to place human rights at the core of the global recovery from COVID-19 pandemic. We are committed to engaging constructively with the Council and promoting diversity, inclusivity, and universality in the work of the Council. Since 2006, we have extended a standing invitation to all thematic special procedures mandate holders. To date, we have welcomed the Special Rapporteur in the field of cultural rights and the Special Rapporteur on torture and other cruel, inhuman, and degrading treatment or punishment. The Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms while countering terrorism will visit the Maldives later this year, and we look forward to welcoming other mandate holders soon. The Maldives is fully committed to upholding the rule of law, strengthening democratic institutions, and promoting good governance. We have learned greatly from the democratic journey and we believe that our own experience can provide a valuable perspective that is beneficial to the Council, especially from the point of view of a small island developing state. It is in this spirit that the Maldives has presented its candidature to the membership of the Human Rights Council for the term 2023 to 2025. We are committed to consolidating democracy at home and working towards a more inclusive, constructive, and diverse Council. We pledge to offer a voice for the voiceless, the marginalized, and the smallest countries to ensure that no one is left behind. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank you, Your Excellency. And now I have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Mr. Dawda Yellow, Attorney General and Minister of Justice of the Republic of the Gambia. You have the floor, Your Excellency.
Mr. President, Excellencies, at the outset, allow me to convey warm greetings from the people and government of the Republic of the Gambia, and to also extend our gratitude to His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Sahid, President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Ms. Michelle Bachelet, the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, and ACM Ignacio Cassis, the President de la Confédération de Suisse, for participating in the 49th session of the Council. As we prepare to take our seat on this Council for the first time, it is an honor and privilege to lead my delegation at this historic session. In making these few remarks on behalf of the Gambia on this momentous day, allow me to assure members of this Council of our full commitment to the Council. As we congratulate you, Your Excellency, we will assure you that we will give our unflinching support to the work of the Council throughout your presidency. The Gambia is indeed grateful to the entire membership of the General Assembly for the trust and support that led to our election into this very important world body. Mr. President, Excellencies, with the firm conviction that human rights constitute an essential basis for peace, inclusion, and sustainable development, and the strengthening of the rule of law, the Gambia aspires to contribute to the work of the Council in promoting and supporting proposals that reinforce the efficiency of its organs, procedures, and mechanisms for the promotion and protection of human rights within the principles of transparency, collaboration, respect, and equality among states, as well as promoting cooperation, dialogue, justice, and international solidarity. Human rights and fundamental freedoms are an integral part of the institution established by the Gambian Constitution, with a view to safeguarding human dignity as a common and intrinsic condition that applies to all persons subject to the jurisdiction of the state. The Gambia, as a host country of the African Commission on Human and People's Rights, shall continue to cooperate and collaborate effectively and participate in the affairs of all established regional and sub-regional human rights treaty bodies. Mr. President, Excellencies, a people conscious of their moral and legal commitment to human dignity chose to champion once again the cause of democracy in the face of a dictatorship and brought a democratic change that ended 22 years of darkest horror in our history and replaced it with a representative and participatory administration under the leadership of His Excellency Mr. Adama Barrow, President of the Republic of the Gambia. Gambians chose a new beginning, characterized by rule of law and transitional program sanctioned by the people. The vision for a new Gambia led to the creation of the Truth, Reconciliation and Reparation Commission in 2018. The TRRC, which was established to create an impartial historical record of human rights violations committed for 22 years, has submitted its report in November 2021. This process of establishing truth with a view to bringing closure for a nation that was brutally violated and horribly scarred for more than 2 decades has taught Gambians important lessons that our country can never forget. Today, we have turned our past experiences into reconciliation and a commitment to the non-recurrence, never again. With our ambition to developing our nascent democratic institutions while strengthening the rule of law, we have also established a National Human Rights Commission as an independent oversight body to promote and protect human rights in the Gambia. Mr. President, Excellencies, as members of various multilateral institutions like this Council, with shared legal frameworks, we must stand up to our commitments and forge a united front against all forms of human rights abuses and violations wherever and whenever they occur. The Gambia will continue to pursue accountability for the Rohingya Muslim minorities in Myanmar and condemns all forms of discrimination, xenophobia, and intolerance against minority groups anywhere. We called for peaceful resolutions of every disagreement with a view to averting humanitarian disaster and catastrophic destructions of life and properties. We therefore called on Russia and Ukraine to immediately cease fire to avoid sufferings of innocent people and return to the negotiating table for peace. We call for dialogue and a diplomatic solution. Mr. President, Excellencies, the menace of COVID-19 pandemic affected all countries, but the perilous economic and human rights challenges are more severe on the least developed countries than on the developed states. For this reason, this Council must amplify its condemnation of the ongoing vaccine appetite and call for access as well as equal distribution of vaccines to the developing world. Climate change and environmental degradation continue to threaten our very existence as they adversely affect our natural habitation, livelihoods, and food security. All over the world, particularly in the developing world, humanitarian crises are leading to human rights violation and displacements of people due to war, climate change, environmental degradation, related calamities which are most often avoidable. We applaud the continued commitment of the Council in finding solutions to these problems. Mr. President, Excellencies, in conclusion, the Gambia warmly welcomes the Council's Resolution 1910, recognizing environmental degradation and climate change as interconnected human rights crises. As a nation with a proven commitment to cutting down emissions, we are committed to undertaking actions that contribute to keeping the world from exceeding Paris Agreement goal of limiting global warming to 1.5 degrees. The Gambia continues to pursue the agenda of putting people first to achieve right to food, right to decent living, and right to safe, healthy, and sustainable environment. We also look forward to ensuring the effective implementation of this resolution to promote economic, social, and environmental policies, actions that will protect people and nature. Let me reiterate our full commitment and support for the work of the Council. I wish you all a successful and fruitful 49th session. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Simon Coveney, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ireland. You have the floor, sir.
Mr. President, High Commissioner, it's a privilege to address this Human Rights Council. And during this session, Ireland will engage with the full agenda of the Council. But today, I want to focus my remarks on the attacks on Ukraine. By invading Ukraine and violating its sovereignty and territorial integrity, the Russian Federation, facilitated by Belarus, is flagrantly violating the UN Charter and the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. Ireland condemns utterly the Russian Federation's further invasion of Ukraine. This military action has already resulted in severe violations of the civil, political, economic, social and cultural rights of the people of Ukraine. Civilians are bearing the brunt of this conflict. Every day we're witnessing rising casualties, including the killing and injuring of children in planned, targeted attacks using heavy explosives in crowded cities. People's homes are being destroyed. Civilian infrastructure is being targeted. Hundreds of thousands of people are left without electricity, water, or basic supplies. We have been shocked by the numbers of people, mainly women and children, fleeing their homes, and these numbers are likely to grow dramatically. The Russian Federation must comply with its obligations under international human rights law and international humanitarian law, and it must be held accountable for violations it has already committed. Human rights obligations of Russia and Belarus apply equally within their own borders. We condemn the crackdowns on those exercising their fundamental freedoms, including those Russian and Belarusian citizens bravely protesting against these acts of war. The fundamental freedoms of expression, peaceful assembly and association must, of course, be protected. This crisis will only be resolved through political dialogue. We must see an end to Russia's assault on Ukraine, its people, and its democratic institutions. Peace and security cannot be achieved without the full protection of human rights and the recognition of the centrality of international human rights law. We call for an immediate ceasefire, unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops, full respect for human rights, and accountability for violations committed. The foundation on which this Council is built is being challenged. Now is the time to live up to our responsibilities, and Ireland stands in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine, and I urge all Council members to do the same. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now, ahora le doy la palabra a Su Excelencia el señor Dmytro Baerbock, Ministro de Asuntos Extranjeros de Azerbaiyán. Tiene la palabra.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like to congratulate His Excellency Ambassador Federico Villegas on his appointment as the President of the Human Rights Council. Our discussion takes place under the shadow of increased tension in international relations amidst the serious deterioration of situation in and around Ukraine. Azerbaijan deeply regrets that the ongoing crisis continues to cause significant casualties, in particular among civilians. Civilian lives and civilian infrastructure must be protected and safeguarded, and human rights must be respected at all times. The evolving humanitarian crisis on the ground requires expedient measures to alleviate the impact of current situation on civilians. Proceeding from this understanding, Azerbaijan has already rendered on a bilateral basis humanitarian assistance of medicine and medical equipment and other first need essentials to the people of Ukraine. At this critical time, Azerbaijan reiterates its call for dialogue without delay to prevent the situation from further escalating and underlines the necessity of direct negotiations between the parties. Dear colleagues, 2022 marks the 30th anniversary of Azerbaijan's accession to the United Nations. Azerbaijan has already been advocating for an efficient UN and is committed to the principles of the UN Charter, multilateralism, and increased cooperation with the UN bodies, including the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and other human rights mechanisms based on mutual dialogue and genuine respect. As one of the founding members of the Human Rights Council, Azerbaijan continues its support to the HRC as a credible and responsible global human rights body. Despite challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic in the work of the treaty bodies, we agreed to the voluntary virtual review in relation to Azerbaijan's fourth national report under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights and third national report under the International Convention on Migrant Workers. Currently, Azerbaijan is among 25 member states which have no overdue reports. Azerbaijan has always been advocating for the cooperation between the special procedures mandate holders and the states based on constructive dialogue and mutual trust. We recognize the important role of the mandate holders in promoting human rights. With this in mind, my government has extended standing invitation to all special procedures mandate holders and has welcomed a number of them in the country. We emphasize that all special procedures mandate holders in discharging their mandate shall be guided by the UN Charter, respect for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states, and the code of conduct of the special procedure mandate holders. Azerbaijan, in its capacity as the chair of the non-aligned movement, has initiated a platform for dialogue between the non-member states and the special procedures mandate holders, which will be an opportunity for constructive interaction and will contribute to the common efforts dedicated to protection and promoting of human rights. In 2021, the chairmanship of the Republic of Azerbaijan in the non-aligned movement was successfully continued. Azerbaijan initiated launching of the youth network and parliamentary network of the movement, which will contribute respectively to the intensification of contacts among the youth and the development of inter-parliamentary cooperation. Promotion and protection of all universally recognized human rights, in particular the right to development, is very important for the NAM. This year, Azerbaijan will present a draft resolution on the commemoration of the 31st anniversary of the Declaration on the Right to Development, and in cooperation with the IACHR will organize a series of events on this occasion. Committed to the realization of the 23rd Agenda, during the UN High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development, Azerbaijan presented its next voluntary national review. Among the countries of the region, the Republic of Azerbaijan was the first one to submit the third report on the implementation of the UN Agenda for Sustainable Development until 2030. The Republic of Azerbaijan has worked with other members of the world community to seek and provide effective responses to the COVID-19 pandemic. Regretfully, the pandemic has further exacerbated existing inequalities within and among developing and developed countries, affecting the poorest countries the most. To address serious concerns over the persisting vaccine nationalism, during current session of the Council, Azerbaijan, on behalf of the NAM, together with Ecuador, will again present a draft resolution on ensuring equitable, universal access for all countries to vaccines. Last March, the resolution on the same topic was adopted unanimously by the Council. This resolution was also adopted at the 76th session of the UN General Assembly with the support of an absolute majority of UN member states. Let me also express gratitude to the states who supported this initiative. We hope that this year's resolution will also be adopted by consensus. Strengthening democracy and protection of human rights are among top priorities of the Republic of Azerbaijan. The ongoing reforms carried out in the country encompass a wide range of activities, including adoption of new relevant legislative acts, improvement of social protection of the population, particularly of vulnerable groups, support to the development of media. The new media law, which entered into force about a month ago, will expand the scope of activities in media field, protect the rights of the media entities, and guarantee media freedom and freedom of opinion and expression. The latest Amnesty Act of November 2021 is envisaged to apply to around 17,000 people, including the release of 3,000 convicted persons. Azerbaijan has entered a strategic phase in the post-conflict era. The government has set the country's long-term development target for socio-economic and environment development through national priorities. These priorities include, among others, inclusive and social justice, great return of Azerbaijani IDPs to the liberated territories, and clean environment and green growth country. Developing self-sustaining environmental practices to ensure environmental safety is an integral part of Azerbaijan's sustainable development concept. After restoration of territorial integrity, the government of Azerbaijan has already embarked on transforming the liberated territories into environmentally friendly green energy zones and to build smart cities and smart villages. Currently, Azerbaijan is expecting the UNEP mission to its liberated territories. The end of the conflict between Armenia and Azerbaijan creates new economic opportunities, not only for Azerbaijan, but also for the region. In this regard, rehabilitation and reconstruction of the liberated territories will be one of the main directions of the development priority of Azerbaijan in coming years. $1.3 billion have been already spent from the state budget for these purposes in 2021. The task facing Azerbaijan in restoring these areas was eyewitnessed by the UNHCR during its mission to our country last year, the aim of which was to discuss the conditions and prospects for the return of IDPs and refugees. Massive contamination of liberated territories with landmines and other explosive devices by Armenia is a major impediment to safe and dignified return of thousands of hundreds of Azerbaijani displaced persons to their lands and restoration of their rights. The Azerbaijani National Agency for Mine Action is charged with coordinating activities of demining, mine risk education, and victim assistance. Accuracy of only 25% of all maps of mined areas released by Armenia has not contributed much to the acceleration of the demining process. The process is going on. However, we are still losing people. Since the end of the conflict, around 200 people have become victims of mine explosions. The harsh consequences of culturcide committed by Armenia has been revealed in full scale after the liberation of Azerbaijani territories from Armenian occupation. For more than 20 years, the Republic of Azerbaijan has repeatedly called on UNESCO to implement mission to then occupied territories of Azerbaijan. However, this mission was prevented due to the occupation of these territories by the Armenian military forces. The fact is reflected in the UNESCO activities report published in 2005. The Azerbaijani historical, cultural, and religious heritage in Armenia shared the same fate as the heritage in the then occupied territories, the facts about which has been repeatedly brought to the attention of UNESCO and the international community by Azerbaijan. On numerous occasions, Azerbaijan at the highest level has declared its determination to preserve, restore and put into operation all cultural and religious monuments in the liberated territories irrespective of their origin. Our strong track record in promoting multiculturalism, both at home and abroad, is a guarantee in this regard. In conclusion, let me once again recall that Azerbaijan is interested in cooperation with relevant international partners, including UN and its agencies, as well as individual states which are willing to contribute to peace, stability and development in the region. The position of Azerbaijan in this regard is based on international law, relevant resolution and documents regulating UN's activities in the fields of humanitarian assistance, post-conflict rehabilitation and reconstruction. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. George Simbachawene, Minister for Constitutional and Legal Affairs of the United Republic of Tanzania. You have the floor.
Mr. President, High Commissioner, distinguished Excellencies, it is with great pleasure that I address this esteemed body and extend greetings from Her Excellency Samia Suluhu Hassan, the President of the United Republic of Tanzania, who has placed the promotion and the protection of human rights at the forefront of the development agenda. On behalf of the people and the government of the United Republic of Tanzania, I congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the President of the Human Rights Council. I wish to ensure you of the full support of the United Republic of Tanzania as you take on the noble undertaking of steering the Human Rights Council central role in the promotion and the protection of human rights. We also commend the High Commissioner, Madam Michelle Bachelet, and her global team for unwavering dedication towards the international human rights agenda. Mr. President, we applaud the Council for proceeding with its program of work despite the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and the spirit of cooperation whereby states have continued to engage with the Council. Indeed, Tanzania takes its obligation with the Human Rights Council seriously. In this regard, the United Republic of Tanzania engaged with the Council in November 2021 when our third national report under the Universal Periodic Review mechanism was considered. We are pleased to have gone through the assessment with the adoption of our UPR outcomes during this session of the Human Rights Council. Mr. President, the United Republic of Tanzania recently celebrated 60 years of independence on the 9th of December 2021. This was a time of great reflection for the country, with each minister disseminating sectoral achievements and challenges over the past 6 decades through press conferences to the public in consideration of the good governance principles of transparency and accountability, including the promotion and protection of human rights. Notable achievements over this period include holding multi-party democratic election every 5 years in compliance with our Constitution, being categorized a middle-income country by the World Bank 5 years before this objective of the National Development Agenda, Vision 2025, and maintaining a unique union between two states, being Tanzania mainland and Zanzibar, and importantly, remaining a peaceful and stable nation. Mr. President, the United Republic of Tanzania, like the rest of the world, has had to adopt response measures to the COVID-19 pandemic in recognition of the right to health and in consideration of the socio-economic ramifications of the pandemic. We placed human rights at the core of response measures, and a holistic approach was adopted. Therefore, when the United Republic of Tanzania secured Tanzanian shillings 1.3 trillion, approximately $600 million, as a COVID relief funds from the IMF in 2021, they were collectively used for construction of health facilities, school and dormitories, drilling wells for clean potable water, empowerment of entrepreneurs, specifically the youth, women, and the persons with disabilities, and for supporting the poor household empowerment program. The government also began a nationwide campaign to encourage vaccination in 2021. The United Republic of Tanzania has adopted a strategic multi-pronged approach to the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. President, the government continues to promote the right to education through the fee-free education policy, and in November 2021 strengthened access to education for all without discrimination by allowing students who are dropped out of school for specific reasons to continue with their studies. This also includes re-entry for female students who dropped out of school due to pregnancy, which was formally issued in Education Circular number 2 of 2021. In July 2021, the government committed itself to the Campaign on Economic Justice and Right Coalition for Action. This is being spearheaded by a National Advisory Committee launched in December 2021 by Her Excellency, the President, to oversee the implementation of the government's commitments, which will support poverty alleviation and the economic uplifting of women. Mr. President, the government is equally steadfast in ensuring that civil and political rights are respected and a favorable political environment continues to be maintained. In this regard, Mr. President, the government held high-level talks with leaders of political parties and stakeholders involved in the democracy and the good governance matters in a meeting officiated by Her Excellency, the President, in December 2021. This is part of concerted efforts to ensure that fundamental democratic rights and freedoms continues to be realized in Tanzania. Indeed, the right to freedom of expression and the right to information remain central to our democracy. To further this open and frank discussion with the media houses and the practitioners are ongoing to ensure that journalists' rights are protected. This has led to reopening of online TVs, relicensing of newspapers, and the discussions over law reform of media laws is going on. Mr. President, the government does not operate in isos in its efforts towards promoting and protecting the human rights of the people of Tanzania. The government continues to strengthen ties with the national human rights institution, civil society organizations, and the development partners as we share similar objectives, which is the realization of human rights and fundamental freedoms for all. I therefore take this opportunity to reaffirm the enduring commitment of the United Republic of Tanzania towards meeting its obligations to Human Rights Council. I wish you all a fruitful session. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Evariste Bartolo, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign and European Affairs of Malta. You have the floor.
Mr. President, High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, I wish to begin by congratulating Ambassador Federico Villegas, Permanent Representative of Argentina, on his election as President of the Human Rights Council for this year. I wish him well for his term in office and assure him of our full support. Mr. President, Malta continues to strenuously support the UN human rights system and reasserts that human rights are universal, indivisible, interdependent, and interrelated. We reiterate our full support to the HRC and its work, including special procedures and their work in ensuring accountability and justice. Our definition of human rights should embrace political, social, and economic rights so that all people on this planet can live decently and with dignity and free from fear and want. We need to bind together people, planet, prosperity, and peace. We cannot have human rights without peace. At the time when we should be pulling together to recover from the pandemic and address the climate crisis, we now have the sad human tragedy of the aggression against the people of the Ukraine. The killing must stop. The guns must be silenced, and we must talk to each other and find ways of living together. Difficult, yes, but not impossible if we have the goodwill to recognize our shared humanity on this tiny and fragile planet. We live in a world where the top 1% have nearly 20 times more of global wealth and the bottom 50% of humanity. Every 4 seconds, a person dies of hunger. Even during the pandemic, military budgets have continued to increase, but not enough money was found to vaccinate all the world and save millions from death and other millions from being plunged into poverty. Mr. President, my government will continue to prioritize gender issues in our implementation of human rights and stresses the need to promote and protect women's and girls' full enjoyment of human rights. In line with the Women, Peace and Security agenda, we consider the inclusion of women at every level of governance, including peace, mediation and negotiations, an essential element in prevention and recovery efforts. It is clear that including women, who represent half the global population in these structures, will benefit the whole of society. Malta continues to take gender equality issues seriously. Last year, Parliament approved a bill which introduces a gender quota for honourable members intended to increase gender equality in parliamentary representation. Mr. President, protection of freedoms of opinion and expression is a hallmark of a free society. We are deeply concerned that journalists around the world continue to be targeted, and we remain committed to ensuring their safety and protection. In this regard, judicial proceedings in the Daphne Caruana Galizia case are progressing. My government remains fully committed to bring all perpetrators to justice. In line with the conclusions of the public inquiry related to this case, we have also set up an expert committee to make recommendations to strengthen the protection of journalists in full consultation with all stakeholders. We welcome and support the valuable work undertaken by civil society organizations and human rights defenders in the promotion and protection of human rights, particularly through their central role at this Council. Mr. President, the Council has continued to make important strides in identifying the causes of violence and discrimination against people due to their sexual orientation and gender identity. Malta will continue to place special emphasis on promoting the human rights of LGBTIQ persons at the multilateral level. Nationally, we have also taken similar steps as part of the LGBT+ equality strategy and action plans implementation for 2018-2022. For the 6th year in a row, Malta continues to top the ILGA Europe Rainbow Organization rankings, which encourage us to do more. Malta will continue to advocate for the prevention and elimination of racism, xenophobia, and related intolerance, and last year we adopted our first anti-racism strategy, aiming to confront and eliminate racism in all its forms. Mr. President, in conclusion, we reiterate our unwavering support to High Commissioner Bachelet and her office. We call on all states to ensuring adequate funding and to extend their cooperation and protect the independence of the office of the High Commissioner. My hope for this year is for all UN members, especially HRC members, to uphold the highest standards in the promotion and protection of human rights. Only by doing so will we be in a position to face and eventually overcome the global challenges that which we are all faced for the benefit of all. The best way to promote human rights is to practice them at home and continue developing and lead by example rather than through self-righteous crusades against other countries. Instead, we should try to understand each other as human beings through learning about each other's culture and history, to see ourselves as equal human beings and with equal human, political, economic and social rights for a decent life with dignity on our planet. Thank you.
Thank you. Et maintenant, j'ai l'honneur de donner la parole et inviter à son Excellence Cheikh Ahmedou, commissaire aux droits de l'homme, à l'action humanitaire et aux relations avec la société civile de Mauritanie. Excellence, vous avez la parole.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبيه الكريم. السيد رئيس مجلس حقوق الإنسان الموقر، السيد المفوضة السامية لحقوق الإنسان، السادة والسيدات الوزراء، أصحاب السعادة، السفراء ومندوبي الدول، السادة والسيدات ممثلي المنظمات الدولية والإقليمية، السادة والسيدات ممثلي المؤسسات الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان ومنظمات المجتمع المدني، أيها السادة والسيدات، يطيب لي بداية أن أعبر باسم حكومة الجمهورية الإسلامية الموريتانية عن أخلص التهاني وأطيب التمنيات لمجلسنا الموقر وللمفوضية السامية لحقوق الإنسان على العمل الجبار الذي ما فتئوا يقومون به من أجل ترقية وحماية حقوق الإنسان وصيانة كرامته في كافة أنحاء العالم. سيد الرئيس، على الرغم من الجهود الكبيرة وحجم المنجز في مجال حقوق الإنسان، فإن عالمنا ما يزال يواجه مجموعة من العوائق والتحديات الجمة التي تقف حجر عثرة دون تطبيق العديد من المعاهدات ذات الصلة ودون تمتع البعض بأبسط حقوقه الأساسية والضرورية. ولعل من بين تلك العوائق والتحديات على سبيل المثال لا الحصر النزاعات والتهريب والإرهاب والتطرف العنيف والهجرة السرية والتأثيرات المناخية والمتاجرة بالبشر. وفي هذا الإطار لم تزل بلادنا تقوم بجهود حثيثة على المستويين الدولي والإقليمي للمساهمة الفعلية في حل النزاعات واستقبال وإيواء النازحين وطالب اللجوء ورفع التحديات عن طريق سياسات متنوعة ومقاربة أمنية شاملة سعيا للتصدي للإرهاب والتطرف والجريمة المنظمة العابرة للحدود، وخاصة في إطار مجموعة دول الساحل الخمس. السيد الرئيس، يشهد العالم منذ عامين تحديا كونيا كبيرا تمثل في جائحة كوفيد-19 التي ما زلنا نعيش تداعياتها. أثرت بشكل كبير على البرامج الاقتصادية وعلى أنماط العيش المعتاد. وبفضل السياسات المحكمة التي اتبعتها بلادنا لتسيير الأزمة، تم منح الأولوية لإعمال الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية خاصة لصالح الفئات الهشة من السكان، وقامت بإطلاق برامج كبرى من بينها برنامج الأولويات والبرنامج الرعوي الخاص وخطة التضامن الوطني والتصدي لجائحة كوفيد-19. السيد الرئيس، عرفت حالة حقوق الإنسان في بلادنا تقدما ملحوظا في مجال ترقية وحماية الحقوق المدنية والسياسية والاقتصادية والاجتماعية. تعززت معها مكانة موريتانيا بين مصاف الأمم الساعية بجد إلى بناء دولة القانون والمؤسسات وترسيخ الديمقراطية وحقوق الإنسان وترقية وصون مفاهيم الحرية بما يضمن بناء الإنسان الحر المالك زمام إرادته. وفي هذا السياق تم لأول مرة إطلاق مسار إعداد استراتيجية وطنية لترقية وحماية حقوق الإنسان في البلد، وفي مسار تشاوري بالتعاون مع مكتب المفوضية السامية للأمم المتحدة لحقوق الإنسان في بلادنا. سيد الرئيس، شهد الإطار القانوني والمؤسسي لترقية وحماية حقوق الإنسان تطورا نوعيا من خلال المصادقة على نصوص تشريعية جديدة عززت حماية الحقوق والحريات، كالقانون 00/2021 المتعلق بالجمعيات والهيئات وبالشبكات، الذي يكرس لأول مرة نظام التصريح للجمعيات بدل الترخيص، ومن خلال إنشاء المرصد الوطني لحقوق المرأة والفتاة. كما تم استحداث جائزة وطنية لتشجيع المدافعين عن حقوق الإنسان وتعزيز اللحمة الاجتماعية. وفي مجال محاربة العبودية والاتجار بالبشر، نظمت حكومة بلادي طاولة مستديرة حول إنفاذ القانون 031/2015 المجرم للعبودية والمعاقب للممارسات الاستعبادية. أسفرت عن صياغة توصيات واقتراح حول إنفاذ القانون. كما توجت بإصدار تعميم وزاري مشترك يحث القائمين على إنفاذ القانون على اتخاذ التدابير اللازمة المنصوص عليها في القوانين لضمان مسطرة قضائية فاعلة، علاوة على تنظيم ورشات تكوينية وحملات تحسيسية حول التشريعات لصالح السلطات الإدارية والقضائية والأمنية ومنظمات المجتمع المدني. سيد الرئيس، في إطار تعزيز الحقوق الاقتصادية والاجتماعية، واصلت الحكومة تنفيذ برنامج أولويات موسع الذي يحتوي على أكبر عدد من المشاريع المتزامنة في تاريخ البلد. يهدف هذا البرنامج إلى رفع القوة الشرائية للمواطنين وتحسين الولوج للخدمات الأساسية وخلق فرص للعمل، وقد استفاد منه ما يقارب 50% من السكان. كما تم توسيع الرعاية والتأمين الصحيين ليشمل ما يقارب 16% من الأسر المتعففة، وتدشين 64 بنية تحتية مدرسية مكتملة وإطلاق برنامج الكفالات المدرسية، وهو ما يعكس بوضوح الأهمية التي توليها السلطات العليا لترقية التعليم والصحة ولتقليص الفوارق الاجتماعية ومكافحة الغبن والتفاوت بين فئات المجتمع. وفي ذات السياق تم استحداث هيئات وبرامج غايتها دمج وتكوين ومساعدة الفئات التي ظلت مهمشة ومغبونة كي تتبوأ المكان اللائق في المجتمع، وهو ما أكد عليه فخامة رئيس الجمهورية السيد محمد ولي الشيخ الغزواني في خطاب ودان الشهير، حيث حث على تجاوز رواسب هذا الظلم في موروثنا الثقافي وتطهير الخطاب والمسلكيات من الأحكام المسبقة والصور النمطية الزائفة، مضيفا أنه ليس ثمة ما هو أقدر على حماية الفرد وصون كرامته وحقوقه من وحدة وطنية راسخة في كنف دولة قانون حديثة. وقد لاقى هذا الخطاب صدى واسعا وتفاعلا في مختلف أوساط فئات المجتمع. سيد الرئيس، إن بلادنا ماضية بجد وبكل الوسائل في تمسكها بالتزامات الدولية في مجال حقوق الإنسان، وقد تجسد ذلك في تعاطيها الإيجابي والمستمر مع كافة الهيئات والآليات الأممية والإقليمية المختصة. ولعل مرور بلادنا الأخير أمام آلية الاستعراض الدولي الشامل ومشاركتها في حوار تفاعلي مع فريق العمل الخاص بالاختفاء القسري أمور بين أخرى تشهد على الإرادة الصادقة والديناميكية الملحوظة التي يعرفها مسار العلاقة مع هذه الهيئات. وننتظر في الأشهر القادمة زيارة المقرر الخاص المعني بالأشكال المعاصرة للرق ورئيسة فريق العمل المعني بحقوق المرأة والفتاة. سيد الرئيس، اسمحوا لي أن أثمن باسم الحكومة الموريتانية جهود كافة هيئات الأمم المتحدة المواكبة والداعمة لبلادنا في مجال حقوق الإنسان، وخاصة مكتب المفوضية السامية لحقوق الإنسان في بلادنا، وكذا المؤسسات الوطنية لحقوق الإنسان ومنظمات الدفاع عن حقوق الإنسان التي تمثل مشاركتها وبفعالية مؤشرا مهما على المكانة التي تتمتع بها والدور الكبير الذي بات ينتظر منها سواء على مستوى التعبئة أو التثقيف أو المشورة. وختاما أعرب لكم عن حرص السلطات العليا في بلادنا على المضي قدما في مواكبة كافة الجهود الرامية إلى حفظ وصيانة كرامة الإنسان، متمنيا لأعمال دورتنا التوفيق والنجاح. أشكركم والسلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى وبركاته.
Shukran. Y ahora le doy la palabra a Su Excelencia, la señora Wafa Bani Mustafa, ministra de Estado para Asuntos Legales de Jordania. Tiene la palabra.
وفاء بن مصطفى وزير دولة للشؤون القانونية الأردن. خاضت النساء الأردنيات كما هو حال النساء في كل العالم الكثير من التحديات والصعوبات والنضالات من أجل الوصول إلى الحقوق والحريات والمكتسبات. حققت النساء عبر الحقب الزمنية المتتالية الكثير، إلى أن أمامهن أيضا الكثير لتحقيقه. أبطأتنا الجائحة كما فعلت بكل دول العالم، إلى أن القرار الشجاع من جلالة الملك عبد الله الثاني بن الحسين في أواخر عام 2021 بتشكيل اللجنة الملكية لتحديث المنظومة السياسية أعطانا دفعة قوية وفرصة حقيقية من أجل مراجعة التشريعات الخاصة بالنساء وخاصة السياسية منها. فكانت التعديلات الدستورية التي دخلت حيز النفاذ في 31/1/2022 والتي جاءت على النحو التالي، حيث تم إضافة كلمة الأردنيات إلى عنوان الفصل الثاني من الدستور ليصبح الفصل بعنوانه الجديد حقوق الأردنيين والأردنيات وواجباتهم. كذلك تم إجراء التعديلات وإضافة الفقرات 5 و6 و7 على المادة السادسة لنكون أمام لحظة تاريخية هامة في تاريخ حقوق النساء في الأردن، حيث تم النص صراحة على حماية النساء من كافة أشكال العنف والتمييز في الوثيقة الأسمى ألا وهي الدستور. هذا بالإضافة إلى نهج تشريعي متواصل يعزز حقوق المرأة وحمايتها، فكان هنالك قانون جديد لمنع الإتجار بالبشر في عام 2021 نص صراحة على حماية المجني عليهم والحفاظ على سلامتهم الجسدية والمعنوية والنفسية، بالإضافة إلى حقهم في التعويض العادل عن الضرر المادي والمعنوي. هذا بالإضافة إلى قانون للحماية من العنف الأسري نص صراحة ولأول مرة على إلزامية التبليغ في قضايا العنف الأسري من قبل مقدمي الخدمات وفرض غرامة على من لم يقم بذلك، وكذلك إنشاء نظام يقوم على حماية الشهود والمبلغين. كذلك كان الحال في قوانين أخرى متعددة مثل قانون الإدارة المحلية الذي نص صراحة على أن يكون هنالك مقاعد مخصصة للنساء بنسبة 25% في البلديات و25% بمجالس المحافظات، إضافة إلى تعديلات في قانون الضريبة العامة وضريبة الدخل، حيث كان هنالك اعتراف لأول مرة بالمرأة المعيلة، إضافة إلى تعديلات في قانون العمل تساعد وتعزز مشاركة النساء الاقتصادية، حيث كان هنالك تعريف للعمل المرن والعمل الجزئي، إضافة إلى تجريم للتمييز في الأجر على أساس الجنس في حالة العمل ذو القيمة المتساوية، إضافة إلى إعطاء أبناء الأردنيات الحق في العمل بدون تصاريح عمل، وإضافة إلى إلزامية إنشاء حضانات الأطفال عبر المادة 72 في أماكن العمل. هنالك الكثير مما تم إنجازه على هذا الصعيد، ولكن لدينا أيضا كحكومة عدد كبير من المشاريع التي نعمل عليها الآن. فهنالك مشروع قانون جديد للأحزاب يقوم هذا القانون على إعطاء النساء واشتراط النساء بنسبة 20% من المؤسسين في حال تأسيس حزب و20% للشباب، وهذا بحد ذاته دافع حقيقي لتشجيع النساء والشباب على الانخراط في الحياة السياسية، إضافة إلى إيجاد مواد في قانون الأحزاب الجديد الموجود حاليا لدى مجلس النواب باشتراط أن تكون النساء والشباب والأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة في المواقع القيادية في الحزب، واشتراط أن يكون هنالك آلية تضمن وصول النساء والشباب والأشخاص ذوي الإعاقة إلى موارد الحزب بصورة متساوية ومتكافئة مع باقي الأعضاء وخاصة أثناء الانتخابات. كذلك هنالك مشروع جديد لقانون الانتخاب، هذا المشروع يقدم عدد من المكتسبات للنساء، حيث تم رفع المقاعد المخصصة للنساء في القوائم المحلية من 15 إلى 18 لتصبح هنالك امرأة أو مقعد مخصص للنساء عن كل دائرة انتخابية. أيضا ولأننا قمنا باقتراح القوائم الحزبية لأول مرة في الأردن، أيضا اشترطنا أن تكون المرأة من أول 3 ومن ثاني 3 في ال6 مقاعد الأولى، وأن يكون هنالك شاب أو شابة ضمن ال5 مقاعد الأولى، وهذا بحد ذاته أيضا تشجيع للأحزاب السياسية وللنساء وللشباب على الانخراط بالحياة السياسية بصورة جادة ومهمة. أيضا كان هنالك تعديلات مهمة تم إرسالها إلى مجلس النواب، وهي تعديلات مهمة مثل قانون التنفيذ، مشروع قانون التنفيذ الذي ينص صراحة في أحد مواده على عدم جواز حبس المدين عن الديون المدنية الناتجة عن التزام تعاقدي، في تعديل واضح يتماشى مع العهد الدولي للحقوق المدنية والسياسية وتحديدا المادة 11 منه، وأيضا تعديل في قانون العقوبات حيث تم التوسع في بدائل العقوبات المجتمعية بدلا عن العقوبات السالبة للحرية، وأيضا قانون العمل الذي ينص صراحة في تعديلاته الجديدة على تجريم التحرش في أماكن العمل، وأيضا على رفع القيود عن أوقات عمل النساء والمهن المحظورة لعمل النساء فيها بصورة كاملة. في أواخر عام 2020 أطلقنا حملة لحماية النساء من العنف السياسي، فكان الدليل الإجرائي الأول في المنطقة من أجل حماية النساء من العنف السياسي، وأيضا الفريق الوطني بمشاركة 17 خبير من أجل تقديم الاستشارات للنساء اللواتي يتعرضن إلى العنف السياسي. فخورة أنني أنتمي إلى بلدي الأردن، البلد المعروف بإنسانيته الذي نشأت فيه وترعرعت على مقولة الراحل العظيم الحسين: الإنسان أغلى ما نملك.
Shukran. Y ahora le doy la palabra a Su Excelencia, la señora Ana Luisa Castro, viceministra de Asuntos Multilaterales y Cooperación de Panamá.
Señor Presidente, señora Alta Comisionada, señoras y señores, deseo felicitar al embajador Federico Villegas por su elección como presidente del Consejo de Derechos Humanos y reiterarle el respaldo de Panamá en la implementación de las prioridades trazadas para este ciclo. Nos encontramos en un punto de inflexión caracterizado por múltiples desafíos, incluyendo la pandemia del COVID-19, la crisis climática y ambiental, la pobreza, los conflictos armados y la inseguridad alimentaria. Todo ello ha exacerbado las tensiones y las desigualdades en todo el mundo, exponiendo a determinados grupos de personas a un estado de gran vulnerabilidad y marginación. Abordar estos retos es un imperativo de derechos humanos, de desarrollo y de seguridad internacional. Esto implica un cambio de paradigma basado en los derechos humanos y en la igualdad de género, un nuevo contrato social entre los gobiernos, la sociedad civil y otros interlocutores, prestando especial atención a los grupos de personas que han sufrido formas múltiples de discriminación y proponiendo a su vez una relación más armoniosa entre los seres humanos y la naturaleza. Hoy, más que nunca, el Consejo de Derechos Humanos debe cumplir con la misión de proteger y promover el respeto universal de los derechos humanos y las libertades fundamentales de todas las personas, sin distinción de ningún tipo, incluso en situaciones de emergencia. En el 2021 se constató la capacidad que tiene este órgano para adoptar un enfoque de prevención al celebrarse un número récord de sesiones especiales. Asimismo, se adoptaron importantes iniciativas, entre ellas el reconocimiento del derecho humano a un medio ambiente limpio, saludable y sostenible, la relativa al acceso equitativo y universal a las vacunas en la respuesta a pandemias y otras emergencias sanitarias, y el establecimiento de un nuevo mecanismo para combatir el racismo sistémico. Durante el 48º periodo de sesiones, Panamá, junto a Bahamas, Fiji, Islas Marshall, Paraguay, Sudán y la Unión Europea, presentamos la Resolución 4814, por la cual se establece un relator especial sobre la promoción y la protección de los derechos humanos en el contexto del cambio climático. Esta resolución representa un hito en la lucha contra una de las mayores amenazas que enfrenta la humanidad. Estos esfuerzos, junto con la Alianza Carbono Negativo y la Declaración para la Conservación de los Ecosistemas del Corredor Marino del Pacífico Este Tropical, son un reflejo de nuestra diplomacia climática y responden a un concepto verde y azul de la política exterior y la consolidación de Panamá como líder mundial azul. También formamos parte de diversas plataformas, destacando la Coalición Internacional para la Igualdad Salarial, EPIC, y la Alianza para el Desarrollo en Democracia. Hemos creado espacios en el ámbito bilateral, regional y multilateral para resaltar la urgencia de adoptar un enfoque integral que permita explorar áreas de cooperación y encontrar soluciones compartidas para atender la crisis humanitaria de los migrantes irregulares y los países de acogida. Nuestro actuar en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos continuará basado en la universalidad, interdependencia e interrelación de los derechos humanos, el estricto apego al derecho internacional, el respeto al principio de la soberanía de los Estados y la libre determinación de los pueblos. Participaremos igualmente activamente en las negociaciones de las resoluciones sobre las personas con discapacidad, los defensores de los derechos humanos, la lucha contra el terrorismo, el cambio climático y el impacto de las transferencias de armas, así como en la renovación de los mandatos sobre los derechos de las mujeres, los adultos mayores, los pueblos indígenas, el agua potable y el saneamiento. Por último, seguiremos haciendo eco del llamado del Secretario General para la prohibición global sobre los sistemas de armas autónomas. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Y ahora tiene la palabra Su Excelencia, señor Lasha Darsalia, primer viceministro de Relaciones Exteriores de Georgia. Tiene la palabra.
Mr. President, at the outset, let me wish you and the Bureau every success in your endeavors in these extraordinary circumstances. Excellencies, as we meet today, the rules-based international order remains under attack, and the key tenets of the UN Charter and the Helsinki Final Act are bluntly violated. The use of armed forces by a UN member state against sovereignty, territorial integrity, or political independence of another member state violates Article 2.4 of the UN Charter and constitutes an act of aggression, as defined by the Resolution 3314 of the UN General Assembly, adopted by consensus. What we see in Ukraine is an act of aggression on the part of Russia, and we condemn it. It is deeply alarming that international norms and principles that we all committed to uphold are repeatedly violated by the permanent member of the Security Council, whose primary responsibility is to do the exact opposite, act as the guardian of peace and security. It is unacceptable that the sovereign right of the state to choose its security guarantees is subject to punishment. As we speak, Russia's indiscriminate military attack against Ukraine is ongoing, inflicting horrific human suffering, massive violations of fundamental human rights, civilian casualties, and forced displacement. As a part of hybrid warfare, military assaults are accompanied by disinformation campaign and cyber attacks. In these difficult times, we express our strongest solidarity with the people of Ukraine. We deplore the loss of life and human suffering. Dear colleagues, this is the time when we all have to be united in defending the very fundamentals of the international law. Accountability for violations and abuses of human rights and violations of international humanitarian law must be ensured. Georgia, as a stronger advocate for the Council's vital role, voices its strong support to the Council's upcoming urgent debate on the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Georgia has co-sponsored this subsequent resolution. We reiterate our unwavering support to the independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders, including Crimea and Donbas, and Ukraine's navigational rights in its territorial waters. We call on the Russian Federation to immediately, completely, and without any preconditions cease its military activities and withdraw all its forces and armaments from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. Allow immediate, safe, and unfettered access to all international humanitarian and human rights mechanisms wherever is needed on the internationally recognized entire territory of Ukraine. Immediately and unconditionally reverse the decision related to the status of integral parts of Ukraine. Dear colleagues, unfortunately, breaching the international law and undermining international rules-based order has long been a making of Russia's aggressive policy towards its neighboring states, aimed at forceful redrawing their borders and trying to curb their sovereign choices. My country, Georgia, is no exception here. We have been long experiencing a pain of aggression and occupation by the Russian Federation, which remains in violation of all the international commitments, including, inter alia, the EU-mediated 12 August 2008 ceasefire agreement. Russia continues its illegal and provocative actions on the ground, humanitarian and human rights consequences of which are appalling. Accordingly, we will be retabling a draft resolution on cooperation with Georgia during the current session of the Council, and we count on your continued support. Mr. President, in conclusion, let me reiterate our strong solidarity with our Ukrainian brothers and sisters. The courage of the Ukrainian nation in this fight for peace, prosperity, and freedom will always remain exemplary for all of us and future generations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Hussein Brahim Taha, Secretary General of the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. You have the floor.
Monsieur le Président, Madame le Haut-Commissaire, Mesdames et Messieurs les chefs de délégation, Mesdames et Messieurs, la promotion de la protection des droits de l'homme pour tous, sans discrimination aucune, constitue le baromètre des références démocratiques les plus réalistes d'une société. Je suis donc très heureux de m'adresser à ce Conseil qui promet et protège les droits de l'homme comme l'un des trois piliers des Nations Unies. Alors que les Nations Unies offrent un espace commun à toutes les nations, grandes et petites, pour œuvrer ensemble au bien commun de l'humanité dans un climat de paix et de sécurité, cet organe sert de guide et de boussole morale. Mesdames et Messieurs, les progrès technologiques nous rendent chaque jour plus interdépendants d'une manière que nous n'aurions jamais imaginée. Cette indépendance suggère que nous avons non seulement un avenir commun, mais aussi un présent commun. En conséquence, nous devons poursuivre des politiques communes, des politiques universelles, de par leur nature, durables, de par leur caractère à mettre en œuvre de manière non discriminatoire à tous les niveaux. Pour y parvenir, nous devons dépasser nos intérêts étroits et œuvrer ensemble pour des politiques qui renforcent la paix, la sécurité, le développement et les droits de l'homme à tous les niveaux. Ainsi, nous créerons un modèle meilleur où nous pourrons vivre en paix et en harmonie et le partager fièrement avec les générations futures. Ce Conseil doit prendre les devants sur ce sujet. Je vous assure que l'OCI sera un partenaire actif dans ce processus. Mesdames et Messieurs, la Déclaration universelle des droits de l'homme, DUDH, est un document qui a changé le cours de l'histoire récente en engageant les États à respecter les valeurs et les politiques des droits de l'homme qui ont apporté des avantages considérables à des millions de personnes dans le monde. Nous devons continuer à avancer dans cette direction et nous engager collectivement à mettre pleinement en œuvre la DUDH et les traités ultérieurs qui en découlent. Dans le même objectif, la Commission des droits de l'homme de l'OCI a également révisé en harmonie la déclaration du Caire de l'OCI sur le droit de l'homme et la Convention de l'OCI sur le droit de l'enfant, avec les normes universelles des droits de l'homme. La CPDIH continue également à conseiller les États membres sur toutes les questions relatives aux droits de l'homme de manière indépendante et objective. Excellence, l'OCI n'a cessé de faire part de ses graves préoccupations concernant la montée de l'islamophobie, associée à l'augmentation des discours populistes d'extrême droite et des discours de haine. Cette manifestation contemporaine du racisme a pris une dimension mondiale et affecte violemment la vie de millions de musulmans dans différentes parties du monde. Avec le temps, de plus en plus de pays se rendent compte que l'impact négatif des discours de haine en ligne et hors ligne est l'un des fléaux de l'humanité. La résolution 16-18 du Conseil des droits de l'homme fournit cette recette complète pour traiter de l'incitation à la haine, à la discrimination et à la violence fondée sur la religion. Nous nous félicitons de la tenue de la 8e réunion du processus d'Istanbul, qui a permis d'examiner et de réaffirmer l'engagement des États membres à mettre pleinement en œuvre la résolution 1618. Un engagement politique fort, couplé à des mécanismes nationaux, en étroite collaboration avec les médias, les institutions religieuses et la société civile, peut garantir sa pleine mise en œuvre. Mesdames et messieurs, la communauté persécutée des musulmans Rohingyas continue de souffrir sans que personne ne lève le doigt. La condamnation universelle et les effusions de sang n'ont pas cessé, n'ont pas poussé le gouvernement du Myanmar à prendre des mesures collectives. L'OCI a pris l'initiative de porter l'affaire devant la Cour internationale de justice, CIG, pour empêcher leur génocide et leur extermination. Accédant à la requête de l'OCI, la CIG a émis à l'unanimité des mesures provisoires contraignantes, obligeant le Myanmar à prendre toutes les mesures en son pouvoir pour empêcher les forces militaires et autres de commettre ou d'inciter au génocide contre les musulmans Rohingyas. Les efforts universels et transrégionaux sont nécessaires pour faire aboutir ce processus de reddition de comptes et pour apporter l'aide humanitaire nécessaire aux millions de réfugiés Rohingyas. Nous ne devons pas échouer dans cette entreprise. Monsieur le Président, le droit à l'autodétermination est le principal cardinal du droit international, dont le déni entraîne la violation de tous les autres droits. Malheureusement, ce droit continue d'être refusé au peuple palestinien et cachemiri, ce qui a affecté le règlement pacifique et juste de ces différends au cours de cette dernière décennie et a conduit à de graves violations de leurs droits de l'homme. L'OCI reste gravement préoccupé par les violations continues des droits de l'homme par Israël à travers ses politiques illégales et injustes d'apartheid, d'annexion, d'expansion des colonies et de nettoyage ethnique du peuple palestinien dans la Palestine occupée. L'OCI réaffirme que la paix et la nécessité au Moyen-Orient et la sécurité au Moyen-Orient ne peuvent se réaliser qu'avec la fin de l'occupation israélienne du territoire palestinien occupé depuis 1967. Ce Conseil doit continuer à soutenir la juste cause de la Palestine et appuyer tous les efforts permettant aux Palestiniens d'obtenir leurs droits inaliénables, y compris le droit à l'autodétermination. Malgré les efforts coercitifs et des violations des droits de l'homme, les Cachemiris restent déterminés à obtenir leur droit légitime à l'autodétermination. 2 rapports du IACHR sur le sujet ont confirmé les préoccupations répétées de l'OCI concernant les violations continues des droits de l'homme. L'OCI approuve les recommandations de ces rapports en faveur d'une mission internationale d'enquête et demande au IACHR de poursuivre ses efforts, ses rapports sur le sujet. Nous appelons également à une résolution pacifique du conflit au Cachemire, conformément aux résolutions pertinentes du Conseil de sécurité des Nations Unies et aussi aux souhaits du peuple cachemiri. La situation des droits de l'homme en République centrafricaine, RCA, reste une source de préoccupation. L'OCI coopère activement avec ses partenaires internationaux, y compris le gouvernement de la RCA, pour instaurer la paix et la stabilité dans le pays par le biais de diverses initiatives, notamment en fournissant une assistance humanitaire. La communauté internationale, en particulier les Nations Unies, est invitée à prendre des mesures concrètes pour permettre au pays et à la région de retrouver la paix, la sécurité et la stabilité. Le Conseil des ministres des Affaires étrangères de l'OCI sur l'Afghanistan, qui s'est tenu récemment, a réaffirmé que le développement, la paix et les droits de l'homme sont liés. L'OCI est donc engagé avec les autorités afghanes sur toutes ces questions. La communauté internationale doit également jouer son rôle en fournissant au peuple afghan sans condition l'aide humanitaire dont il a tant besoin. Ce Conseil doit accorder une attention particulière aux droits civils, politiques, économiques, sociaux et culturels, y compris le droit au développement. Ignorer un ensemble de droits plutôt que l'autre ne fait qu'affaiblir leur progression. L'agenda 2030 ouvre de manière exhaustive ces droits. Le commerce équitable, la durabilité de la dette, l'accès aux technologies et le renforcement des capacités sont essentiels à la mise en œuvre effective. Le changement climatique est le problème majeur de notre époque. Il est réel et affecte tous les droits de l'homme. L'absence de leadership et de réponse multilatérale décisive pour réaliser les engagements de l'accord de Paris ne fait qu'aggraver la situation. Nous devons nous unir tous pour y faire face, afin d'offrir à nos générations futures la responsabilité, la possibilité de vivre dans la paix, la prospérité et la sécurité. Excellences, les pays de l'OCI souscrivent pleinement aux idéaux de la déclaration du programme d'action du Beijing concernant l'autodétermination des femmes et des filles. L'OCI dispose également d'un plan d'action élaboré pour la promotion des femmes afin de garantir que les femmes soient représentées de manière appropriée dans tous les processus politiques ainsi que dans les plans socio-économiques et de développement. L'Organisation pour le développement de la femme de l'OCI, récemment créée au Caire, ne ménage aucun effort pour renforcer l'autonomisation des femmes dans tous les domaines. La famille est l'unité fondamentale de la société. Elle doit être protégée et préservée par l'État et la société. L'OCI soutient pleinement la résolution du Conseil des droits de l'homme sur la protection de la famille et condamne toutes les initiatives visant à redéfinir l'institution du mariage et le concept sur la base de la notion d'orientation sexuelle qui s'avère juridiquement, moralement et socialement erronée. Mesdames et messieurs, cette année marquera le 75e anniversaire de l'ONU, un moment important pour renouveler notre engagement à défendre le respect, la dignité et l'égalité des droits de tous les êtres humains. Réaffirmons notre détermination à défendre les droits de l'homme universels, quelles que soient les difficultés, afin de construire un avenir commun et juste pour l'amitié, pour l'humanité. Je vous remercie.
Merci, Son Excellence. Y ahora le doy la palabra a Su Excelencia, la señora Gillian Triggs, Assistant High Commissioner for Protection of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights. Sorry, for refugees.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me to address the Human Rights Council on the 10th anniversary of the Voluntary Trust Fund, a fund created to ensure the inclusion of least developed countries and small island developing states in human rights protection. Today's theme is the mainstreaming of human rights throughout the United Nations system. For human rights apply to all individuals without discrimination. As Assistant High Commissioner for Protection with the UN Refugee Agency, I welcome the opportunity to highlight the specific protection needs of asylum seekers and refugees and of all those forcibly displaced in their own country or who are stateless. People who've been forcibly displaced, today about 84 million people, 50% of them children, are highly vulnerable to persecution, discrimination, abuse and violence. They're in desperate need of the protection that international, regional and national human rights laws and mechanisms can and do offer. The COVID-19 pandemic.
Yeah, the reason for stopping is that it's a video that is planned for tomorrow's panel discussion, not for the high-level segment on the mainstreaming. So, just a minute, please. I need to clarify what's going on. Thank you. Okay, so the refugees, we will move it for tomorrow's panel. And yesterday, okay. And we go for UN Habitat, please. Maimuna Mott Sharif.
I hope she was there, but it was this one, right? So that
okay.
I hope she got her floor.
Mr. President of the Council, Secretary General, High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. The mandate of UN Habitat to help member states achieve sustainable urban development for all is fundamentally grounded in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. This has been reflected in the deliberations of the Human Rights Council on a variety of human settlements-related issues. It is within this framework of a human rights-based approach to development that I reiterate that the Secretary General's call for an immediate cessation of hostilities and the return to normalcy in territory of Ukraine. Civilians always pay the highest price. This is why the United Nations is scaling up our humanitarian operations in and around Ukraine. To the mayors and community leaders on the front line, my admirations for your courage and leadership during this difficult time. At UN Habitat, we work to provide policy advice and technical assistance to help member states progressively advance towards the universal achievement of rights associated with an adequate standard of living and access to adequate land, housing, water and sanitation, safety, and a healthy urban environment are basic pillars of UN Habitat's program of work. Following a human rights-based approach, we prioritize the needs of the poorest and those facing the greatest vulnerability at global, regional, and local levels. This includes the needs of those displaced by conflict or natural disaster. As Executive Director of UN Habitat, I have prioritized housing, climate change, and the local of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda with the human rights approach as the foundation of all that we do. Member states are currently facing a complex and severe housing crisis. It is estimated that the global shortage of adequate housing may exceed 440 million units by 2025. That means more than 1 billion people are without a human right to health, security, and well-being. In some member states, this crisis is driven by the tax or market frameworks for housing. In others, poverty, poorly planned development, and a lack of public investment may be the dominant factors. The cause of climate change, particularly those of adaptation, fall heavily on the urban poor. Their homes are often in the most environmentally precarious sites, and their water and sanitation systems are the most fragile. Whether it is housing, the provision of basic services, or wider questions of a healthy environment for communities, responsibility often falls to local governments. National governments will set the policy agenda and assign responsibilities. As a former mayor, I know that it is essential to harness the experience and skills of local governments and ensure that they have proportionate resources to their obligations. We must localize the Sustainable Development Goals. Across of all these issues and contexts, the rights-based approach championed by the Secretary General in his call to action and in our common agenda is an effective framework. Considering how national and subnational governments can respect, protect, and fulfill the rights of their citizens and effectively engage them in this process produces better policy with more sustainable outcomes. UN Habitat's partnership within and beyond the UN family reflect this. We have worked closely with the World Health Organization for many years on policy advice and technical assistance to improve human health in the urban environment. This partnership now includes looking forward to a post-COVID world and considering the ways in which the pandemic has reminded us of the value of good planning and of an adequate home. We welcome the convening of advisory groups on urban development by the Presidents of the General Assembly and the Secretary General and the UN Economic Commission's convening of a forum of mayors. These have the potential for establishing a regular dialogue between subnational governments and multilateral forums that will help deliver our sustainable development ambitions at the local level. This is fundamentally a dialogue about how to deliver human rights all the way to people's doorsteps. I wish the Human Rights Council the best in its coming deliberations, where you touch upon issues of human rights in cities and the variety of rights related to achieving an adequate standard of living in human settlements. Please count on our support. Led by our recently established Geneva office and with the support of our global network, we will follow and contribute where appropriate. We will also seek to support the efforts of the High Commissioner and Member States to consolidate and advance the Universal Periodic Review process. We are ready to provide technical assistance to support delivery of agreed recommendations. We also look forward to facilitating the engagement of subnational governments to ensure effective implementation at the local level. I look forward to working with all of you to achieve a better urban future. Let me end by inviting all of you to the 11th sessions of the World Urban Forum, which will take place in Katowice, Poland from 26th to 30th June 2022. Thank you.
Thank you. And the last speaker is His Excellency Mr. Ib Petersen, Deputy Executive Director of the United Nations Population Fund. You have the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, protecting human rights for all people is a precondition for individual well-being and for sustainable development. Sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights are aligned to the enjoyment of many other human rights, including the right to life, health, education, equality and non-discrimination, privacy, and individual autonomy. UNFPA works to empower individuals and communities to claim their sexual and reproductive health and rights and advance gender equality to achieve the vision of the 1994 International Conference on Population and Development Programme of Action and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The impact of COVID-19 pandemic threatens to undo years of progress in advancing women's health and rights. We have seen sexual and reproductive health services disrupted and human rights under increasing pressure around the world. Now, more than ever, we must stand with women and girls and stand up for their human rights. This year, the High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development will deliberate on building back better from COVID-19 while advancing the full implementation of the 2030 Agenda. UNFPA urges all stakeholders to renew their commitment and take strategic action to advance sexual and reproductive health and rights and gender equality. It's of critical importance to the broader Sustainable Development Agenda. And for UNFPA's part, as reflected in our recently adopted strategic plan for 2022 to 25, we will continue to push forward for women's and girls' rights and choices. Our efforts focus on achieving 3 transformative results by 2030. 0 unmet need for family planning, 0 preventable maternal death, and 0 gender-based violence and harmful practices, including female genital mutilation and child marriage. The promotion and protection of human rights, particularly the rights of women, girls, young people, and those population groups whose sexual and reproductive health and rights are most at risk, will help us accelerate progress and reach those furthest behind. For UNFPA, standing up for human rights in particular means 3 actions: helping address inequality and discrimination, supporting governments to provide quality services aligned with international human rights norms and standards, and strengthening accountability systems to bring to light systemic and structural shortcomings that underlie human rights violations. Together with our UN partners and civil society organizations, UNFPA supports intergovernmental processes for the development of international human rights standards, as well as accountability frameworks for monitoring the implementation of recommendations on sexual and reproductive health and rights. Yet, norm setting needs to be translated into effective implementation on the ground. And to promote this, UNFPA stresses the importance of continued engagement with international human rights mechanisms, such as the UN treaty bodies, special procedures of the Human Rights Council, and the Universal Periodic Review. We welcome the initiative taken by a number of member states in using language from their commitments made at the Nairobi Summit on ICPD 25 to ensure that the implementation of human rights recommendations and related ICPD commitments go hand in hand. At UNFPA, we want to walk the talk, and we know that only that which can be measured matters. So our new strategic plan therefore includes an indicator to assess the follow-up and implementation of recommendations of international and regional human rights mechanisms related to discriminatory social and gender norms and practices on sexual and reproductive health, gender-based violence, and harmful practices. And to this end, we will strengthen our collaboration with government entities coordinating the implementation of human rights recommendations, and we will support the monitoring role of national human rights institutions and all other stakeholders. Human rights laws apply in all circumstances, so building accountability to women and girls across the humanitarian, development and peace nexus is a priority for UNFPA. We are on the ground before, during and after the crisis. We work closely with governments, local NGOs, UN and other partners to ensure that sexual and reproductive health and rights and the prevention and protection from gender-based violence are integrated into emergency responses. We need to work together across the humanitarian, development and the human rights pillars to ensure a unified response to the needs of vulnerable populations. It's encouraging to see the increasing attention the Human Rights Council is dedicating to these issues. This is essential if we are to achieve our goals to end unmet needs for family planning, end preventable maternal deaths, and end gender-based violence and harmful practices by 2030. So in closing, let me reaffirm UNFPA will continue to work together with all of you to meet our obligations and commitments to realizing sexual and reproductive health and reproductive rights for all. I thank you.
Thank you. Este fue el último orador de la lista. Nos volveremos a reunir esta tarde a las 3 para continuar con el segmento de alto nivel. Ya finalizando, con esto doy por concluida la 6ª reunión del 49º periodo de sesiones del Consejo de Derechos Humanos.
Good afternoon. Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I hereby declare open the 7th meeting of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. We will continue with the high-level segment, and I have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency, Son Excellence, Monsieur Abdoulaye Diop, Ministère des Affaires étrangères et de la coopération internationale de la République du Mali, par vidéomessage.
Monsieur le Président, Madame le Haut-Commissaire aux droits de l'homme, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, les plus hautes autorités de la transition par ma voix réaffirment clairement et sans ambiguïté l'attachement indéfectible du Mali à la démocratie, à l'état de droit et à l'indépendance de la justice, à la bonne gouvernance, à la promotion de la femme et au respect des droits et libertés aussi bien de nos compatriotes que de tous les autres du Mali. Cet engagement est le fruit d'une dédicace multiséculaire de notre peuple aux valeurs d'humanisme, de respect de la dignité humaine et de rejet sans concession de l'injustice qui l'ont toujours caractérisé. La ratification de la quasi-totalité des instruments juridiques internationaux de promotion et de protection des droits de l'homme et notre entière coopération avec tous les mécanismes régionaux et internationaux dans ce domaine l'illustrent fort éloquemment. Monsieur le Président, n'eussent été les vicissitudes de l'histoire qui ont plongé mon pays dans une crise multidimensionnelle aux causes à la fois endogènes et exogènes depuis 2012, le Mali figurait dans le peloton de tête des nations les plus respectueuses de la démocratie, de l'état de droit, des droits de l'homme et des libertés fondamentales en Afrique, voire dans le monde. La leçon que nous tirons de cette épreuve est celle d'avoir présent à l'esprit que ces valeurs ne sont pas définitivement acquises. En effet, elles sont une construction permanente et commandent que tous les efforts soient faits pour aider le Mali à se relever de cette crise, surtout quand les causes de celle-ci ne lui sont pas exclusivement imputables. En affirmant cela, je ne perds nullement de vue le fait que la responsabilité première de cette tâche nous incombe en tant qu'État. Il n'en reste pas moins que du fait de la crise, mon pays rencontre souvent quelques difficultés à jouer pleinement le rôle régalien qui est le sien de protection des personnes et de leurs biens sur l'ensemble de son territoire. C'est dire donc que nous avons besoin de l'appui et de l'accompagnement de la communauté internationale dont nous saluons encore une fois la présence utile à nos côtés. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, comme vous le savez, notre chemin est jonché de défis que nul ne saurait raisonnablement nier. En effet, la crise qui sévit au Mali depuis 10 ans a ébranlé notre État jusque dans ses fondements. C'est pourquoi nous nous employons avec rigueur et méthode à en minimiser l'impact, voire l'enrayer totalement, convaincus que nous sommes que la situation des droits de l'homme reste intimement liée à celle de l'insécurité qui est aujourd'hui le premier facteur de violation de ces droits. Vous comprendrez donc aisément que la sécurisation du territoire contre les attaques barbares et indiscriminées de divers groupes armés terroristes et autres forces du mal contre les populations civiles sans défense, les forces internationales et les forces de défense et de sécurité maliennes soient aujourd'hui érigées au rang de priorité nationale conformément aux recommandations pertinentes des Assises nationales de la refondation tenues tout au long du mois de décembre 2021. Dans le souci de traduire justement cette aspiration profonde du peuple malien en actions concrètes, le gouvernement a intensifié ces derniers mois les efforts en matière de recrutement, de formation et d'équipement des forces de défense et de sécurité maliennes en vue de renforcer leurs capacités opérationnelles. Ce choix stratégique et tactique a contribué à changer sensiblement les rapports de force sur le terrain en faveur de l'armée malienne et à améliorer significativement la situation sécuritaire dans le pays et partant celle des droits de l'homme. Ce constat a pu être corroboré par M. Alioune, expert indépendant pour le Mali, dont je salue ici les efforts et la contribution lors de son dernier séjour au Mali du 8 au 17 février 2022. Nous continuerons d'apporter notre soutien et notre accompagnement à l'exécution correcte de son mandat. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, les principes d'universalité, d'impartialité, d'objectivité et de non-sélectivité des droits de l'homme, ainsi que celui du respect du droit pour chaque État d'opérer des choix et de décider souverainement de son orientation politique s'accommode mal d'une vision hiérarchisée de ces mêmes droits. C'est du moins la lecture que nous faisons des sanctions illégales et disproportionnées qui frappent actuellement mon pays, le Mali, et qui privent nos populations de leurs droits économiques, sociaux et culturels les plus élémentaires. Toutefois, et comme nous l'avons toujours soutenu, ce qui nous unit à la CEDEAO est bien plus fort que la conjoncture politique et transcende les vicissitudes du moment. C'est donc fidèle à sa vocation panafricaniste que le Mali a décidé de ne pas fermer la porte au dialogue. L'objectif étant d'arriver à concilier les attentes de cette organisation avec les aspirations du peuple malien au changement, qui ne saurait se réduire à un simple exercice électoral, voire électoraliste. C'est tout le sens qu'il faut donner au mécanisme de concertation que le gouvernement a volontairement mis en place et incluant la CEDEAO, l'Union africaine et l'ONU et certains pays de la région en vue de parvenir à un compromis sur le chronogramme de la transition pour un retour rapide à l'ordre constitutionnel dans des conditions de sécurité qui garantissent la participation du plus grand nombre de Maliens au scrutin à venir. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, en ce qui concerne la situation actuelle au centre du Mali, le gouvernement poursuit la mise en œuvre de la stratégie de gestion intégrée de la crise au centre du Mali à travers des mesures politiques et des mesures sécuritaires, notamment le renforcement du dispositif de sécurité et le dialogue envisagé avec nos compatriotes modérés. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, la crise que vit le Mali ne saurait être durablement jugulée sans une lutte résolue contre l'impunité sous toutes ses formes. C'est cet esprit qui a sous-tendu la tenue courant 2021 de plusieurs sessions spéciales d'assises pour juger notamment les crimes de terrorisme, des crimes transnationaux organisés, ainsi que les infractions liées à la délinquance économique et financière. À cet égard, la lutte contre l'impunité demeure également une priorité du commandement militaire soucieux de rendre les forces armées maliennes pleinement opérationnelles tout en étant respectueuses des droits de l'homme et du droit international humanitaire. Le jugement de plusieurs cas d'infraction relevant de leurs compétences par les tribunaux militaires s'inscrit dans ce cadre. Par ailleurs, ce vaste mouvement contre l'impunité s'accompagne d'initiatives volontaristes visant la réparation des préjudices causés par les différentes crises. Au Mali, au nombre de celles-ci figure entre autres l'adoption par le Conseil des ministres le 5 mai 2021 du document de politique nationale de réparation en faveur des victimes des crises au Mali depuis 1960 et son plan d'action 2021-2025, ainsi que celle du projet de loi fixant les règles relatives à la réparation des préjudices causés par les violations graves des droits de l'homme et son décret d'application. S'agissant particulièrement de la question de l'esclavage par ascendance, des réflexions sont en cours sur l'élaboration d'une loi spécifique et relative. Monsieur le Président, Mesdames et Messieurs, je voudrais, pour terminer mon propos, réitérer notre ferme volonté et détermination à poursuivre notre coopération avec le Conseil et ses différents mécanismes et remercier les Nations Unies à travers notamment la MINUSMA et sa division des droits de l'homme, l'expert indépendant sur la situation des droits de l'homme au Mali, ainsi que les autres partenaires pour leur contribution multiforme et utile en faveur des droits de l'homme au Mali. Je vous remercie.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor now to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Bojar Osmani, Minister of Foreign Affairs of North Macedonia, through video message.
Distinguished High Commissioner for Human Rights, Mr. Bachelet, distinguished President of the UN Human Rights Council, Villegas, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I had prepared and recorded a totally different speech on the 23rd of February. One day made a huge difference in our deliberations and in the lives and the enjoyment of human rights of the Ukrainian people. We cannot talk about the situation concerning the human rights in our own countries and globally without first addressing the grave concerns for the basic rights of the Ukrainian citizens who are under attack from a neighboring country. By taking such unprovoked and unwarranted military action, Russia violates grossly the international law, the UN Charter and the principles and commitments of the OSCE, which undermines the European security architecture and the global stability. And with this, it directly undermines the universally agreed fundamental rights. Such actions are leading to numerous human casualties, loss of lives, resulting in far-reaching consequences to world peace, economy and progress. North Macedonia strongly renounces and condemns the military aggression of Kremlin against Ukraine. It is a severe attack on the territorial integrity and sovereignty of an independent state. We join the appeal and call on Russia to immediately stop all hostilities, withdraw its military from Ukraine, and fully respect international norms and principles in doing so. In the same vein, we hope that the ongoing negotiations will yield adequate results. Mr. President, humanity can't accept a war in the 21st century. Instead, human rights should be at the core of interest and in particular care of any society. Our everyday political actions will be judged in regard to the level of protection and promotion of the basic human rights as a universal value, and particularly of the most vulnerable groups, including minorities of all kinds. Special attention should be focused on the rights of women and children. We may differ in ideologies and we could have different views on many aspects of political, economic and social life. Nevertheless, we must strive towards a united position on sanctity of human life and dignity, and the right of each and every person to enjoy human rights to the largest possible extent. The noble task of this body is of essential importance in monitoring, protection and promotion of human rights globally. North Macedonia strongly supports its work, and this is why we presented our candidature for membership of this Council for the period 2025-2027. We expect that our achievement on the national level, as well as our wider contribution to the promotion of human rights regionally and internationally, will be acknowledged and adequately supported by UN member states. Excellencies, we live in difficult times with many challenges threatening the peace, security and human rights. As if the existing threats on peace and security are not sufficient, the current COVID-19 pandemic with its devastating socio-economic consequences further increased the existing economic inequality, blindly manifested the inability of unequal access to vaccines globally. There is a fine line between the measures adopted to fight the pandemic and the restrictions of the fundamental human rights and freedoms, and it poses additional challenges to our societies. Being extremely vigilant not to cross this line, we took all necessary measures to protect human health by providing regular vaccination for all age groups. On climate change and its impact on biodiversity, North Macedonia demonstrates its willingness to energetically act in this regard by promoting a green agenda at the national level in order to achieve the goal of climate neutrality by 2050 in line with the EU Green Deal. We are continuously working on the promotion of human rights and freedoms with emphasis on the rights of women and girls, achieving gender balance and protection from gender discrimination. The protection of media freedom and the right to freedom of thought and expression are also priority in order to deal with misinformation. In conclusion, protection and promotion of human rights, multilateral cooperation and international order have been and are an essential part of our foreign policy. The country continues its aspiration in the field of European integration, and in that regard, all activities are undertaken to align the positions with those of the EU and meet the necessary criteria. I would like to underline that North Macedonia will chair the OSCE in 2023, and in this capacity, we will continue to promote the human rights, which are the birthright of all human beings. We do consider that these values should inspire our continuous commitments and everyday actions in the larger international fora as well. We stand ready to work with countries, multilateral organizations and civil society to step up efforts to strengthen and advance democracy and human rights. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Ziambe, Minister of Justice, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs of Zimbabwe.
Your Excellency, the President of the Human Rights Council, Your Excellency, the High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, heads of delegation here present, and those online, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Let me begin by expressing our gratitude for this opportunity to engage in what we believe will be a constructive dialogue on human rights issues. My government remains committed to continuous interaction with the Council, interaction which we believe will further enrich our ongoing efforts to promote and protect the full enjoyment of human rights for our people. Let me assure you, Mr. President, of our full support for you and our confidence in your leadership of our deliberations. Mr. President, on the 26th of January 2022, I was privileged to present my country's third cycle universal periodic review to the UPR working group. Of the total 264 recommendations submitted by member states, 127 were supported. 39 were noted and 98 deferred for further consultation. As promised, our final position will be submitted to the working group as per the prescribed timelines. Mr. President, in terms of compliance with its reporting obligations under core human rights instruments, my government continues to make steady progress. We recently submitted an updated common core document along with consolidated reports under the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. The report under the IACHR has since been scheduled for review before the Committee on the Elimination of Racial Discrimination. Mr. President, as highlighted during the UPR review, the adoption of Vision 2030 and its accompanying implementation strategy, the National Development Strategy 1 and DS1, are designed to foster sustainable, inclusive and equitable economic growth in Zimbabwe. We will propel the country towards attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals and indeed towards our objective of attaining upper middle income status by 2030. In order to ensure that no one is left behind as we follow this ambitious development trajectory, both the vision and the strategy are anchored on the principles of devolution and decentralization as set out in the Constitution. As reported during the UPR review, The National Disability Policy, launched in August 2021, mainstreams disability in all laws, policies, and programs. The Education Act stands amended, now incorporating human rights norms relative to gender, disability, health, and equity for children. My government is also in the process of adopting a national migration policy, which specifically provides for safe and orderly regular migration with a focus on women, children, and persons with disability. Mr. President, during the UPR review, some delegates expressed concern with regard to the independence of the judiciary in Zimbabwe and overall respect for the rule of law. Let me reiterate that my government remains committed to full respect for the rule of law. The independence of the judiciary is assured and indeed entrenched in the Constitution. Mr. President, a reflection of my government's commitment to upholding the rule of law is our determination to bring a mutually satisfactory conclusion to the land reform program in Zimbabwe and to facilitate the productive use of agricultural land on a fully inclusive, non-discriminatory basis. In this regard, Mr. President, some 900 former farmers have been allocated land under various government initiatives and are actively tilling the soil. Government continues its efforts to secure funding for purposes of compensating those farmers whose land was acquired for resettlement, as per the US $3.5 billion compensation agreement reached in July 2021, with almost 4,000 individuals concerned. Mr. President, like every other nation, Zimbabwe has been hard hit by the COVID pandemic. Thousands of lives have been lost and millions of livelihoods disrupted. Coming in the wake of climate change-induced natural disasters, searing drought, and widespread food insecurity, the pandemic has severely impacted upon overall national economic performance. To mitigate these negative effects, my government has redirected scarce budgetary resources to support the most vulnerable within our country and to alleviate their suffering, including the provision of monthly vouchers for the procurement of basic commodities. In addition, a general upward review of all social security benefits is currently underway. In Zimbabwe, the fourth COVID-19 wave is nearing its end. Remaining containment measures are under constant review and are regularly adjusted on the basis of scientific and medical evidence derived from the day-to-day monitoring of the virus. The National Vaccination Rollout Program, launched in March 2021, has ensured that just over 7.6 million individuals within the country have received either 1 or 2 doses of the vaccine. Close to 40% of our population are fully vaccinated. A supplementary booster program is now underway. In this regard, we once again express our gratitude to China, India, and Russia for their support, without which we would not have reached this level of success. Mr. President, my government reaffirms its commitment to promoting and safeguarding civil and political rights. In this regard, the alignment of our laws to the Constitution is well advanced. The process is now in its final stages, with only 26 pieces of legislation remaining to be fully aligned with the Constitution. Mr. President, in order to enhance the participation of women in politics, Parliament has recently extended the women's quota of 60 seats in the National Assembly beyond 2023. In addition, the Constitution also provides for a 30% quota for women in local authority government. The Constitution has also been amended to enhance youth participation in politics, with 10 National Assembly seats being reserved for the youth. Mr. President, on the issue of electoral reforms, and as we approach the 2023 harmonized elections, government is actively engaged in widespread consultation with political parties, civil society, and other stakeholders in order to come up with an electoral amendment bill. In addition, civil society formations and the political actors dialogue, that is POLAD, a consultative forum bringing together the leaders of most registered political parties within Zimbabwe, have also been engaged on the issue of reforming and indeed improving our national electoral processes. Mr. President, later this month, Zimbabwe will conduct a series of COVID-delayed by-elections to fill multiple parliamentary and local government vacancies. Mr. President, I cannot conclude my remarks without making reference to the negative impact which illegal sanctions imposed by some Western nations continue to have upon our economy, our development trajectory, and our efforts to attain the SDGs more broadly. The 49th session of the Council will, during the course of its deliberations, give due consideration to the impact of unilateral coercive measures and the increasingly undeniable evidence of the widespread collateral damage inflicted upon millions of completely innocent citizens in the many countries where such illegal measures are imposed. In this regard, we look forward to the presentation to the 51st session of the Council of the report of the Special Rapporteur on the negative impact of unilateral coercive measures upon the enjoyment of human rights, following a visit to Zimbabwe in October last year. And we will call upon those who continue to impose such punitive measures against my country to acknowledge the harm being done, well beyond the supposedly targeted few, to revisit their sanctions policy and to remove forthwith all such measures. Mr. President, allow me to conclude by thanking you for your attention and to reassure you, and through you, the Council, that Zimbabwe remains committed to the full realization and enjoyment of human rights for all its people. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. والكلمة الآن لمعالي السيد عبد السيد علي وزير الخارجية والتعاون الدولي للصومال. فليتفضل.
Madam High Commissioner, Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, it's an honor and privilege to address this Council, to which Somalia has been elected to be member for the second consecutive time since the Council's establishment. Also served as the Vice President in 2021. As a nation that has been recovering from conflict, Somalia is in a unique position to share our vast experience in addressing human rights in a challenging environment. And as a Human Rights Council member state, Somalia's lessons learned will positively inform and be part of the proposed solutions to the human rights situation that require the Council's attention. In updating the Council, Somalia has had African Union peacekeeping operations in Somalia called AMISOM in the last 15 years, where they have been instrumental in delivering security and stability. We pay tribute to the African men and women who sacrificed for the progress of Somalia. And Somalia today is in a position to assume full responsibility by 2023. Excellencies, the threat of Al-Shabaab has evolved, and today's Al-Shabaab is different in a way that is not the same in the last 10 years. Today's Al-Shabaab has transcended borders at an alarming rate and have become more transnational in nature. They now have sophisticated capabilities and broader objectives and have increased their capacities, especially financial and IED and foreign fighter networks, and to the extent that today they have access to drones. It's my pleasure to inform the Council there is now consensus that the new African Union mission will address the current threat. The new mission will support the implementation of the strategic priorities and objectives of the Somalia Transition Plan. In addition, I would also like to update the Council on the piracy resolution. The federal government of Somalia believes piracy no longer poses a significant threat to regional and global peace. The current resolution no longer serves its original purpose. Most importantly, the resolution is not coordinated well and has no tangible outcome for Somalia anymore. The federal government of Somalia is trying to address the current threat that exists, which includes illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing, toxic waste dumping, and trafficking, including humans, weapons, and charcoal trade. I would like to bring to the attention of this Council that the suspected Somali pirates whose human rights have been violated, in most cases, these pirate suspects are arrested or taken to foreign countries where they were denied due process and ended up in prisons for several years. There is a reason for concern here. The international community has allowed certain actions such as denial of due process, torture, and renditions to counter piracy threats. I remind the Council that human rights are universal, and that universality means they must be enjoyed by all without discrimination. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the process of concluding our own elections here with over 60% of seats selected and envisage timely conclusion by the end of this month. The federal government of Somalia has been committed to and has so far delivered a credible electoral process. Mr. President, Excellencies, the federal government of Somalia has been able to register progress on various human rights areas. This includes Somalia becoming the 99th country to develop and adopt a national action plan to implement the United Nations Resolution 1325. The submission of this report and our sustained engagement with international human rights mechanism demonstrates our government's commitment to universal periodic review process of this Council. Another significant human rights milestone in the last years is Somalia's accession and ratification of the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Subsequently, we developed a legislation for the establishment of National Disability Agency, which was signed into law by the President in December 2018. Excellencies, in conclusion, Somalia is ready to support the Council in this work during our second term as a member state and beyond. In addition, Somalia is committed to continue to contribute positively to the work of the Human Rights Council during our second term there and thereafter. We look forward to engaging in fruitful dialogue and close cooperation in ensuring we collectively address human rights challenges everywhere in the world. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Edgar Rankovic, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Latvia, through video message.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, I address the United Nations Human Rights Council at a time when the world is witnessing the gravest violation of international norms in the 21st century. Latvia condemns in the strongest possible way the unprovoked and unlawful large-scale Russia's aggression against Ukraine. The use of force against a sovereign state is a severe breach of international law, including the United Nations Charter. Russia's illegal recognition of the non-government controlled areas of Donetsk and Luhansk regions of Ukraine as independent entities is a continuous violation of core international law principles. Latvia strongly condemns the involvement of Belarus in Russia's military attack on Ukraine. Latvia expresses its deepest condolences to the victims' families and everyone else affected in this barbarian attack. Mr. President, Russia's aggression must end immediately. Those responsible for it must be held accountable. We must explore all available means to this effect, including international courts and tribunals. It is also essential that the Human Rights Council is capable to react immediately and effectively, and use all available tools. We strongly welcome the decision to hold Human Rights Council urgent debate. Independent International Commission of Inquiry must be established in order to investigate all violations and abuses of human rights and international humanitarian law to ensure accountability. Mr. President, Russia's actions will lead to devastating consequences for humanitarian and human rights situation in the region. The conflict in eastern Ukraine and the illegal annexation of Crimea have already brought along widespread human rights violations. Now, the lives of millions of people in Ukraine are put at risk by President Putin's military action. Russia continues to suppress its own nationals by detaining thousands of anti-war protesters in Russia. The United Nations system must be ready to address all these challenges and help people in need. It must be our priority to prevent further escalation of conflict, civilian casualties, displacement and destruction of civilian infrastructure. Latvia supports in all possible ways the efforts of the Office of the High Commissioner on Human Rights in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Gideon Hesbon, Minister of Justice of Ethiopia.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, the 49th session of the UN Human Rights Council is being convened at a time when the world is grappling with numerous human rights challenges. The adverse impact of COVID-19, political instability and tensions, and an alarming rise in attempts of unconstitutional change of government are among the factors that are undermining human rights, in particular in the African continent. Ethiopia is one of the countries that have been affected significantly by these challenges. The attempt of a militant and rogue political organization to bring about an unconstitutional change of government through the use of force has resulted in a tragic conflict with disastrous consequences for the most vulnerable. This group has openly declared its intention to oust from office a democratically elected and duly constituted government. The same group has sent its troops and proxies on a rampage of wanton violence against civilians, engaging in the systemic looting of schools and hospitals, as well as large-scale destruction of other civilian facilities. In utter disregard of all precepts of decency and humanity, the campaign of terrorizing civilians in the Afar and Amhara regions has been carried out through the commission of various atrocities. Fortunately, we have managed to reverse most of the territorial gains made by this terrorist group, and as part of an effort to avoid further bloodshed, the government of Ethiopia has put a halt to the advance of its own troops. The government is also actively exploring all avenues to silence the guns and close this tragic chapter in our history. We desire to advance our vital national interests through peaceful means and preserve our sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity. The government of Ethiopia has put in place an institutional and legal framework to address the underlying political problems that give rise to conflicts through a process of inclusive national dialogue and deliberation. To create a conducive environment for this endeavor, we have also lifted the state of emergency we had enacted and released several detainees and prisoners. We have also continued our constructive engagement with the African Union High Representative for the Horn of Africa in his effort to bring an end to the conflict. Ladies and gentlemen, the government of Ethiopia, through the positive overtures and measures it has taken in the past few months, is trying to put an end to the hostilities, ensure accountability, and enhance the protection and promotion of human rights in a very challenging circumstances. But as we speak right now, the rebel group is engaged in acts of violence in the Afar region, resulting in the displacement of hundreds of thousands of civilians. It is also mobilizing for further large-scale attacks that could result in the deterioration of the already precarious security and humanitarian situation. All responsible actors should unequivocally condemn this belligerence and foster the prospect of peace. The olive branch that the government of Ethiopia is extending should not be turned into a stick to attack civilians and further undermine the cause of human rights. Your Excellencies, as you would all recall, the government of Ethiopia has cooperated with the joint investigation team deployed by the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights and the Ethiopian Human Rights Commission to investigate allegations of serious human rights violations in the context of the conflict. As a clear manifestation of our commitment to our international human rights obligations, the government has established an interministerial task force dedicated to implementing the recommendation of the joint investigation team in a comprehensive and holistic manner. The interministerial task force has been established with a mandate to ensure accountability and provide redress for victims. The task force has already commenced its activities and is trying to forge a close partnership with pertinent UN agencies. I would like to underscore the fact that while Ethiopia will continue to resist all attempts to subvert and politicize the international human rights system for objectives that are antithetical to the human rights agenda, we are ready to engage with human rights mechanisms that are focused on the genuine promotion and protection of human rights. Ethiopia is a country with a long track record of promoting multilateralism and cooperation in the international arena. We are committed to finding ways to cooperate with all partners, relevant international agencies and mechanisms in a manner that respects our sovereignty and the principle of complementarity. Your Excellencies, Ethiopia is a resilient nation with a long history of overcoming adversity. I am optimistic that we will overcome the security and human rights challenge we are facing right now. There is light at the end of the tunnel, and the Ethiopian people, in their collective wisdom, will opt for peace and reconciliation. We desire to put behind us the ugliness of war through forgiveness. We desire to forge a lasting peace without the injustice of impunity and the poison of vindictiveness. We call upon members of this Council, our friends and partners, to stand with us in this difficult time in a spirit of cooperation and understanding. I thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Excellency. I have the honor to give the floor now to His Excellency Mr. Odongo J.J. Abubakar, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Uganda, via video message.
President of the Human Rights Council, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that I address you during this high-level segment of the 49th session of the Human Rights Council. I take this opportunity to congratulate the President of the Human Rights Council, Ambassador Federico Villegas, and the members of the Bureau upon your election. Mr. President, Uganda's continued participation in the established mechanisms of the Human Rights Council affirms my government's commitment to the ultimate objective of promotion and protection of human rights for our people. In January this year, I led a national delegation to present our third national report to the working group of the Universal Periodic Review. Additionally, on the 11th of February this year, Uganda presented the combined 8th and 9th periodic reports to the Committee on Elimination of all forms of discrimination against women. Our participation in these two processes I have mentioned was voluntary. Our engagement in Universal Periodic Review was constructive, and we are grateful to member states for their participation. It is this spirit of constructive engagement that we would like to see permeate all of the other mechanisms and processes of the Human Rights Council. The theme of this year's panel discussion is timely and resonates even more with the beneficiaries amidst the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. On this 10th anniversary of the establishment of this fund, as a beneficiary, we wish to confirm the important contribution it has made to the attainment of universal participation in the work of the Human Rights Council, as well as in capacity building. We appreciate the donor states of the fund and urge others to contribute in order to carry forward this important work. Mr. President, during this 49th session, pursuant to Resolution 46/10, we are looking forward to the report of the Secretary General on the question of realization of all countries' economic, social, and cultural rights, and the public policies put in place to address the impact of COVID-19. Whereas the government has a role, so does the population. One of the interventions of my government introduced in this regard is what is called as a MIOGA, a presidential initiative on wealth and job creation. It is aimed at economically empowering persons under identified specialized savings and credit cooperative society. Under this initiative, the most vulnerable individuals are funded to start up money-generating initiatives. Additionally, the government has embarked on the implementation of the parish development model. The parish in Uganda is the lowest administrative and economic planning unit. The parish model, therefore, is based on improving productivity of households and enterprises at the parish level. Special vulnerable groups like women, youth, and persons with disabilities are prioritized for its implementation. To further support economic empowerment, our government has taken steps to implement the guiding principles on business and human rights, implementing the United Nations Protect, Respect, and Remedy framework, among others, to guarantee labor and land rights. The National Action Plan on Business and Human Rights 2021/2022 to 2025/2026 has been approved by government and implementation has commenced. Mr. President, we began this year with the hope for better health and recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic for all people around the world. Uganda has achieved relative success in limiting transmission and fatalities. To date, we have registered 163,085 confirmed cases of COVID-19 and 3,580 deaths. Uganda appreciates the assistance of our international partners for providing support, including vaccine donations, to enable us to fight the pandemic. The lack of equal access to COVID-19 vaccines was a good lesson for Africa, for it has made it realize the need to build local capacity to develop and manufacture vaccines, including fast-tracking of research and development on therapeutics and diagnostics. Uganda is progressing well in the search for the COVID-19 vaccine. And in this regard, we welcome collaboration from other countries. At this phase of the pandemic, our focus is to accelerate the the vaccination campaign countrywide. In addition, we are also focused on economic recovery by promoting small-scale enterprises and growing household income support full realization of social and economic rights. It is therefore important that during this 49th session of the Human Rights Council, we discuss and propose policies to address the ongoing negative effects of COVID-19 on the full enjoyment of human rights. Because we must do more together to ensure that the momentum to contain the pandemic is sustained and that critical resources and opportunities needed reach the vulnerable without delay. As we do this, however, we need to remain realistic about how to assess progress made in the realization of economic and social rights based on the level of economic development of states. In conclusion, Mr. President, I wish to reaffirm my government's commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights and our openness to constructive engagement and cooperation. I thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Excellency. I now have the honor to give the floor to His Excellency Mr. Albrecht von Boesselger, Grand Chancellor and Foreign Minister of the Sovereign Order of Malta, via video message.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, allow me to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election and to express the Sovereign Order of Malta's appreciation for the valuable work carried out by this Council, the High Commissioner and her office. The Sovereign Order of Malta is witnessing with great emotion and concern the ongoing conflict in Ukraine, which has already provoked tremendous humanitarian needs and impacted the lives of so many Ukrainian citizens, in particular minors, women and elderly. It is currently causing an unprecedented flow of displaced people seeking peace and security across their nation's borders. Since the outbreak of the war, the Order of Malta and its association, relief services and volunteer corps have been engaged in Ukraine and in the bordering countries to provide emergency relief, food and psychological support to the thousands of people crossing the borders and fleeing the country. The dramatic events in Ukraine and to the too many armed conflicts and protracted crises, the Human Rights Council is the only international body tackling all issues related to the protection, promotion, and implementation of human rights. And its work is therefore essentially to resolving tensions and fostering peaceful societies. We are confident that our work in these days can contribute to reducing tensions, alleviating the suffering of the populations involved, and supporting the efforts and appeals of the United Nations and its humanitarian agencies, other international organizations, and of all people of goodwill, as well for the avoidance of any military escalation, an end to the violence, and the successful outcome of the ongoing peace talks. The disturbing scenario of a possible return to a new Cold War with two opposing blocs in Europe goes against the culture of fraternity that Pope Francis proposes as the only way to build a just, solidarity-based and peaceful world. Mr. President, the Sovereign Order of Malta remains steadfast in our commitment to uphold the rights of the most vulnerable. The rise in extreme poverty is of particular concern as the lives of millions of people have been impacted by loss of livelihoods. The road to recovery from COVID-19 must therefore include eliminating all forms of discrimination by strengthening the rights to health and to social protection, with a strong emphasis on equal access to and distribution of vaccines. Special attention should be given to safeguarding the rights of minority communities, which are under threat from policies that seek to eradicate their cultural and religious identity. The Order is fully engaged in various fora in promoting respect for and protecting freedom of religion or belief for all, which includes the freedom of thought and conscience, to hold and believe or none, to change religion or belief, and to manifest alone or in community in worship, practice and teaching, and whose efforts are intended to complement and build upon existing work carried out within the United Nations and other competent multilateral and regional organizations. Interreligious dialogue and cooperation among different faith communities also facilitates the Order's worldwide humanitarian action, as we recognize the value of engaging with religious leaders and their infrastructure. The tragic events in Ukraine highlight the close relationship between religion and diplomacy in order to uphold the value of dialogue rather than confrontation, of mutual respect rather than threat, of negotiation rather than force. Through our participation in important multilateral conferences, we were able to support and advocate for the key role of faith-based institutions in advancing international humanitarian and human rights law. At the G20 Interface Forum, held in Bologna last September, I addressed the opening session entitled Foreign Policy and Religions. The Order also participated in panel discussions focusing on respect for humanitarian rights, human trafficking, the role of religious institutions in areas of conflict, and the new geopolitical balances. At the Global Interfaith Summit, organized within the framework of the Expo in Dubai, we emphasized our long-standing relationship with the Organization of Islamic Cooperation. Amongst the 112 countries with which the Order enjoys diplomatic relations, 30 are members of the OIC. Furthermore, we joined forces with the Holy See at a high-level event held in Geneva on fraternity, multilateralism and peace. The objective was to establish a dialogue between various international organizations and religious leaders to reflect on Pope Francis' encyclical letter Fratelli Tutti and his appeal to them to build a new globalization of solidarity. The challenges faced by migrants and refugees are of particular concern to the international community. The Order of Malta attended the third European Policy Dialogue Forum on Refugees and Migrants, which focused on fostering social inclusion and enhancing participation of refugees and migrants in host countries. According to UNHCR, 82.4 million people were forcibly displaced at the end of 2020 as a result of persecution, conflict, violence, human rights violations, or events seriously disturbing public order. Governments are responsible for ensuring that those placed in situations of vulnerability, particularly refugees, migrants, and internally displaced persons, have the right to live in dignity, peace, and safety. We can call on all member states that adopted the Global Compact on Refugees and the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly, and Regular Migration to ensure full implementation of these important instruments. With regard to the crime of human trafficking, one of the greatest challenges developing targeting counter-trafficking responses. Through its two ambassadors at large to monitor and combat human trafficking, the Order is determined to make a concrete contribution to this fight. We participate regularly in the ongoing debates with the special rapporteurs, respectively on trafficking in persons and contemporary forms of slavery. The advantages of new digital technologies in the framework of humanitarian aid, and more specifically in human trafficking, should allow us to address violations of human rights through these innovative approaches. However, the human rights dimension must be integrated into the development of new technologies. Mr. Chairman, I would like to conclude with a further thought on the tragic events in Ukraine. The nightmare of millions of human beings fleeing the war and exposed to tragedies and any form of violence, to appalling personal suffering, to painful family separations, must be a warning to all of us to raise high the voice of reason, to claim humanity, solidarity, and peace.
Muchas gracias. Tiene la palabra Su Excelencia el señor Antonio García, Secretario de Estado en el Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores y Cooperación Internacional de Honduras. Tiene la palabra.
Señor Presidente, la elección de Honduras como miembro del Consejo de Derechos Humanos marca un hito histórico, ya que es la primera ocasión en que se accede a un asiento en el Consejo desde que fue establecido en el año 2006 y somos el único país centroamericano que ha sido electo para el periodo 2022-2024. Asumimos esta responsabilidad que para el gobierno de la presidenta Xiomara Castro es de vital importancia porque abraza una visión renovada y esperanzadora que nos permitirá apoyar activamente aquellas iniciativas que promueven la no discriminación, los derechos de las mujeres, la protección de las personas discapacitadas y los adultos mayores, así como variados sistemas de protección de los grupos vulnerables y de defensores de derechos humanos. Honduras es uno de los países de América Latina y el Caribe en tener una entidad del Estado encargada de los derechos humanos. Asimismo, hemos diseñado e implementado la primera política pública y plan nacional de acción en derechos humanos y la firma de un acuerdo para establecer una oficina del Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para Derechos Humanos, con el cual, bajo este nuevo gobierno, trabajaremos de manera renovada. Honduras vive en carne propia la problemática del desplazamiento interno. El compromiso del nuevo gobierno es incrementar los programas de asistencia humanitaria y medios de vida como el Capital Semilla para la atención de casos de personas desplazadas internamente por la violencia, en acompañamiento del Alto Comisionado de las Naciones Unidas para los Refugiados. Asimismo, se ha aprobado, diseñado e implementado la asistencia humanitaria de emergencia para personas retornadas con necesidades de protección y haciendo énfasis en su reinserción al mercado laboral, en coordinación entre la Secretaría de Relaciones Exteriores y Cooperación Internacional, la Secretaría de Derechos Humanos y nuestros socios cooperantes. Honduras cuenta con un mecanismo de protección para las y los defensores de derechos humanos, periodistas, comunicadores sociales y operadores de justicia, y ofrecemos nuestro modelo con la finalidad de contribuir con experiencias en el diseño, creación e implementación de este mecanismo, así como el intercambio de experiencias respecto a los retos y desafíos para que desde el Consejo se tenga la perspectiva en territorio y se promuevan respuestas apegadas a la realidad regional. Señor Presidente, mi país continuará participando proactivamente en las aportaciones al examen periódico universal, que busca asegurar un diálogo con los estados que requieran de cooperación técnica a fin de fortalecer este mecanismo. Expresamos nuestro reconocimiento al valioso trabajo que la Alta Comisionada para los Derechos Humanos ha venido realizando en estos últimos años. Es una tarea que solamente se puede lograr a través del trabajo y el compromiso de todos los estados. Agradecemos el apoyo brindado a Honduras en el fortalecimiento institucional, monitoreo a la situación de derechos humanos, el apoyo a las organizaciones de sociedad civil, a las instituciones de gobierno para fortalecer sus capacidades en protección y promoción de los derechos humanos. Esto nos compromete a continuar con la presencia de dicha oficina para asegurar la consecución de renovados logros en el futuro cercano. Con estas consideraciones, estamos en capacidad de afirmar que al inicio de la gestión del gobierno de la Presidenta Constitucional de Honduras, señora Xiomara Castro, desde ya hemos asumido el compromiso de empeñar nuestros mejores esfuerzos para que nuestra participación en el Consejo de Derechos Humanos sea fructífera y efectiva para enfrentar de manera contundente las situaciones de violación de los derechos humanos y formular recomendaciones para que nuestra organización fortalezca la promoción y protección de los derechos humanos a nivel global. Deseamos agradecer a cada uno de los estados aquí presentes por haber depositado su confianza en nuestro país para ser parte de este consejo, reafirmando nuestro compromiso con la implementación y promoción de resoluciones importantes en temas de defensores de derechos humanos, mujer, niñez, medio ambiente y mecanismos de seguimiento de las recomendaciones en pro del fortalecimiento de la protección de los derechos de todos y todas. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. And now I have the honor to invite His Excellency Mr. Peter Zijarto, Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, to address the Council. Thank you.
That was the most difficult name on earth. But you did well.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, I'm representing a country which has been facing huge security risks during the recent couple of days. Our neighbor, Ukraine, is suffering from a war. Hungarian people did not want this war, and we do not want this war either. We Hungarian people want peace, peace as soon as possible. We do stand by our Ukrainian friends. We stand by Ukraine when it comes to its territorial integrity and sovereignty, and we express our full solidarity to our neighbors. We hope and continuously pray for the success of the peace talks. We understood that there was a debate about a possible location. So how we, as a neighboring country, can help is that we have offered the territory of our country, our capital, any other locations in Hungary to serve as a host, as a safe location for the peace talks. We have contacted both the Ukrainian and the Russian government to let them know about our offer, and we are happy that the first rounds of negotiations took place already. We do hope that the second round will come soon. And of course it doesn't matter where the location is, but what it matters is that the negotiations must go on. Because this is the only way to make peace again and make peace as soon as possible. Our government has made all the necessary measures to protect Hungary and Hungarian people. We have deployed troops to our eastern border in order to prevent any paramilitary or military groups from entering the territory of ours. We have also made all the necessary decisions in order to avoid Hungary being involved in this war. We made a decision, just like our allies, not to send troops, not to send weapons, and we do not allow the deliveries of lethal weapons to transit through Hungary, because these deliveries can become targets of hostile military actions. And we are absolutely not ready to put the lives of Hungarians living either in Hungary or in Transcarpathia in Ukraine at risk. Dear Mr. President, here we are at the meeting, at the session of the Human Rights Council, where we have to discuss the issues of human rights. And for us, Mr. President, the most fundamental human right is the right to live life under safe and peaceful circumstances. And this right of the Ukrainian people has been seriously violated. Hundreds of thousands of people from Ukraine are forced to leave their homes. Unfortunately, Mr. President, it's not an unknown situation to us, given the fact that we have, unfortunately, two fresh memories about the war which took place on the territory of former Yugoslavia, by the time tens of thousands of refugees had to leave their homes as well and come to Hungary. During the last less than 1 week, Hungary has already accepted more than 100,000 refugees from Ukraine. More than 100,000 within less than 1 week. All border crossing points of ours are open, fully operational, 24 hours a day. We let everybody come in, including the Ukrainian citizens and those who have been legally staying on the territory of Ukraine. And we do take good care of them. We are grateful to all church and charity organizations and the hundreds and thousands of volunteers who are helping us to take good care of these refugees, providing them with accommodation, food, and any other kind of supply. And these refugees, these people, have to escape from Ukraine because their lives are in danger. And we, as a first safe country for them, definitely fulfill our obligation to take care of them, and we are fully prepared for that. We have even passed a regulation which allows citizens of third countries, be them students or workers studying or having a job in Ukraine, to enter the territory of Hungary without visa. We organize the transfers to the nearest airports to enable them to return home, and we have helped thousands of citizens of European countries, African and Asian countries to do so, just like we have evacuated the staff of the Council of Europe and the OSCE. But I have to tell you, Mr. President and dear colleagues, that it is shocking that there are still politicians in Hungary and abroad who are making continuous attempts to gain political capital on the very sad destiny of these people. There are fake news being circulated around as if also illegal migrants would be allowed to enter the territory of Hungary, taking advantage of the flow of refugees. Mr. President, I have to report to you that this is a lie, this is fake news. The truth is that we do not allow any illegal migrants to enter the territory of Hungary, and we will always protect Hungary from these people. And I have to reject any kind of comparison being made between those who flee from the war and those who are illegal migrants. There's a very, very clear experience of ours how illegal migrants tend to behave aggressively. They violate the green border, they ruin the infrastructure, and they attack police. But the refugees of Ukraine, they come to the border crossing points. They line up in a very disciplined, very patient way for hours and long hours, sometimes even for a day. They cooperate with the authorities. So a comparison between these two groups is a humiliation of those innocent people in need who are fleeing from Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, Hungary is now carrying out the most robust action of humanitarian aid ever of our history. We have already provided 100,000 liters of fuel to the Ukrainian authorities in Transcarpathia. We are now putting together a delivery of 300 tons of food, 20,000 liters of bottled water, baby care, hygienic equipment and equipment to be able to take care of the internally displaced persons within Ukraine. We are doing that based on the request of the governor of Transcarpathia. All in all, Mr. President and dear colleagues, as a conclusion, I want to tell you that we do want this war to come to an end as soon as possible. We want peace in our region, and we want to stop suffering of the people in Ukraine and in the region. And we do our best in order to help peace to come back to Ukraine and to the entire Central and Eastern European area. Thank you so much, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Y ahora tiene la palabra Su Excelencia. Invito a dirigirse a este consejo, Su Excelencia el señor Akmal Saidov, Ministro de Derechos Humanos de Uzbekistan.
Distinguished President, distinguished Deputy of High Commissioner, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor to be here amongst you. It is indeed a privilege to speak at the session of the Human Rights Council on the day of the 30th anniversary of the entry of the Republic of Uzbekistan into the United Nations. Uzbekistan supports the call to action for human rights. Human rights are central on the ongoing reforms in political, legal, and socio-economic modernization within the framework of the new Uzbekistan development strategy. Measures are being taken to implement national sustainable development goals within the framework of the agenda for the period 2030 with unconditional consideration of the UN principle of leaving no one behind. We call you to support the UN General Assembly's initiative to adopt a resolution enhancing the role of parliaments in achieving for sustainable development goals and ensuring human rights. As part of the commitments undertaken as a member of the Human Rights Council in 2021, firstly, Uzbekistan has ratified the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Secondly, in December last year, under the auspices of the Women Leaders Dialogue of Central Asia States, a regional forum was held with the participation of women's civil society organizations as well as the UN Women Structure. Thirdly, on the initiative of Uzbekistan, a resolution of the Human Rights Council on protection of the rights of youth in pandemic was adopted. Fourthly, World Youth Rights Conference was convened in August last year with the themes involving youth in global action. I would like to take this opportunity to express our appreciation to the High Commissioner for support in the organizing this useful event for youth dialogue. We will also be grateful for the support of initiative to establish the post of Special Rapporteur on the rights of youth of the UN Human Rights Council. The law on citizenship of the Uzbekistan was adopted in response to the UN's call to reduce the number of stateless people. Since then, more than 70,000 of stateless people were granted the citizenship of Uzbekistan. Honorable participants of segment, regarding current situation around Ukraine, as was voiced by the press secretary to the President of Uzbekistan, our country takes a balanced and neutral position on this matter. Uzbekistan traditionally has close, friendly relations with both Russia and Ukraine. We are interested in ensuring peace, stability, and sustainable development in our vast region. All disputes and disagreements that arise must be addressed solely on the basis of norms of international law. Dear President, within the framework of the National Human Rights Strategy, we are taking decisive steps to ensure gender equality, freedom of speech and religion, and the development of civil society institutions. The concept of civil society development for 2021-2025 has been approved. New law on religious organization have been adopted. The strategy for achieving gender equality in the Republic of Uzbekistan until 2030 has been approved. Parliamentary Commission on the monitoring of international obligations of Uzbekistan on human rights has been established. The concept of development of the state youth policy in Uzbekistan until 2025 is being implemented, which is based on the principle of working with youth in the interests of youth, as set out in the UN strategy Youth 2030. The civil society institutions actively participate in the implementation of the National Human Rights Strategy. We are taking steps to strengthen the role of the business community in the field of human rights, in particular through the development of the National Action Plan, Business and Human Rights. Uzbekistan submits national reports by the UN treaty bodies in timely manner. In particular, last month, the Committee of CEDAW heard our 6th periodic report, and the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights heard our 3rd periodic report. Uzbekistan actively participates in the UN World Programme for Human Rights Education. A draft National Human Rights Education Programme has been developed as part of the 4th phase of the World Programme. In collaboration with the Office of High Commissioner for Human Rights, a global forum, Human Rights Education, are planned to be held this year. I would like to take this opportunity to invite you all to participate actively in this global forum. Uzbekistan also intends to continue to advocate for the establishment of an Asian regional human rights mechanism. We have made significant progress in our interactions with the UN special procedures in a relatively short period of time. All mandate holders has been extended standing invitation to visit our country. In December 2021, the UN Human Rights Council Special Rapporteur on the promotion and protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms while countering terrorism, Fiona Niolainen, visited Uzbekistan. We would like to take this opportunity to express our gratitude to the Special Rapporteur for her visit despite the pandemic, and note that a national action plan will be adopted to implement the recommendations of the UN Special Rapporteur following its consideration by the Council. The year we accept the visit of the UN Special Rapporteur on torture. We support the statements of the High Commissioner that a safe, clean, healthy and sustainable environment is the foundation of human life. In this regard, we call on you to support the initiative of Uzbekistan to develop a global environmental charter designed to lay the foundations for a new environmental policy of the United Nations post-pandemic period. Dear ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, Uzbekistan is always open to broad and mutually beneficial cooperation with all countries around the world, as well as practical dialogue with the United Nations and its institutions. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency, Her Excellency Ms. Emin Zabarova, First Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Ukraine. You have the floor, Excellency.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, dear friends, colleagues and partners. 7 days ago, my country woke up to a new reality. A little girl in Kiev, an old man in Mariupol, a married couple in Chernihiv, they were all terrified and had to run away from fear and attacks. And this happens in the middle of Europe in the 21st century. At 4 o'clock in the morning on the 24th of February, the armed forces of the Russian Federation, supported by the Republic of Belarus, attacked Ukraine with all its strength and might from all over directions. I woke up early in the morning because of the sound of an explosion, and I immediately jumped out of my bed and came to the window and saw fire far away from the place where I stayed that night. And that very moment I understood that the war has started. The attack have been made under a direct order of President Putin. A couple of days before he crossed the line, he unloaded a number of false claims in his long speech addressing the Russian nation, and he accused my country in committing an alleged genocide. He also called for a demilitarization and denazification. And it shows that President Putin and the Russian leadership exist in an absolute parallel reality. Do you know how Russia treats and deals with genocide in Ukraine? By airstrikes, using cruise and operational tactical missiles, tanks and artillery, reconnaissance groups and sabotage groups. The target is not only the infrastructure objects. They attack civilians and civilian dwellings. People in cities spend days and nights under the ground hiding from the airstrikes. Ukrainian babies are born in the bomb shelters, in bunkers. Just yesterday, one of the biggest TV towers in Europe, the Kiev TV tower, had been hit by the airstrike. As the result, a family of 5 were killed. According to UN data, almost 700,000 of Ukrainian residents have fled Ukraine. More than 160,000 became eternally displaced, like myself, in 2014 when I left my homeland Crimea. Thousands of homes have been damaged or destroyed. Hundreds of thousands were left without electricity and water supply. As of now, 352 Ukrainian people, including 16 children, died and were killed. The youngest is 18-month-old. Thousands have been wounded in Ukraine during 6 days of Russian invasion. As we speak here today, Russian armed forces keep attacking maternity wards, kindergartens, orphanages, hospitals. Yesterday evening, the talented 39-year-old anesthesiologist Marina Karabina was killed when she drove in her car to save her wounded nephew from the village Kuhary to Kiev. The Russian military fired on ambulance crews in the areas of Zaporizhia and Kiev. In addition to the attacks on emergency medical groups, hospitals are another fire targets for the Russian occupiers. Recently, the city of Kharkiv was intensively shelled. Dozens of innocent civilians were killed and wounded. There were no strategic military goals when the central square of the former capital of Ukraine, Kharkiv, was bombed and shelled. President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, after these developments, said that Russia must be considered a terrorist state. Russian military aggression kills not only Ukrainians, but also foreign citizens staying in Ukraine. We express our sincere condolences to the families of those foreigners who lost their beloved ones because of the devastating war President Putin unleashed. We understand the will of foreign citizens to leave the territory of Ukraine for a safer place, and we are providing all possible assistance at the border as we do for all our citizens. I wish to reiterate that there is no discrimination based on the race or nationality when it comes to the crossing of the state border by foreign citizens. Ukraine filed a case against the Russian Federation at the International Court of Justice. The court has jurisdiction to hear Ukraine's case and to order emergency measures on the basis of the Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Russia must be accountable and must be held accountable for manipulating the very notion of genocide to justify its aggression and the war. Tomorrow, the Human Rights Council will hold an urgent debate on human rights situation in Ukraine stemming from the Russian aggression. It will consider the resolution establishing a commission of inquiry on Russia's crime in Ukraine. It will become a crucial investigative mechanism in ensuring accountability for the perpetrators. I call on all countries to support this effort, as well as to participate in the urgent debate preceding the adoption of the resolution. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been often asked by foreign journalists and friends, what are the moods in Ukraine? And here I have to be clear. Yes, we are under inhuman attack. We are under very cynical attack of a neighboring country. But this is not the time to cry our tears. We will for sure do so after our victory, and our tears and our eyes will be full of tears of happiness when we hug our beloved ones, when we will start to restore and build up cities that are ruined after the airstrikes, attacks and invasion. I'm standing in front of the Cabinet of Ministers banner. The government is fully operating. And on behalf of the Ukrainian government, I want to conclude my speech saying and quoting our President Volodymyr Zelensky, who said, addressing the international community when he was offered a shelter, when he was suggested to leave the country because of the risk for his life, he said, "We don't need a right. We need your help." Thank you.
I thank Her Excellency, and now I give the floor to Albania. Her Excellency Ms. Fegi Fino Deputy Minister for Europe and Foreign Affairs of Albania. Thank you. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, I'm honored to represent Albania today at the UN Human Rights Council and to address the esteemed high-level segment. Despite all international diplomatic efforts to prevent this sinister course of action, Russia is blatantly invading a sovereign neighboring country, unprovoked and without pretexts, and using false narratives and fabricated news. A permanent member of the Security Council, obliged to maintain and strengthen peace and security throughout the world, invades a neighboring independent country, a member of the United Nations, in serious violation of international law and order and severely damaging the European security architecture. Albania strongly condemns Russia's unprovoked, unjustified and unlawful attack on Ukraine as a blatant violation of the UN Charter, the final act of the Helsinki Conference, the Budapest Memorandum and international law. We reiterate our staunch support for the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine, which is non-negotiable. It is natural that such flagrant military actions against the independence and territorial integrity of another country could be associated with victims, with material damages, with waves of refugees, with psychological trauma. Albania also strongly condemns the preceding recognition by Russia as independent entities of the so-called Popular Republics of Donetsk and Luhansk that in fact are territory of Ukraine, another violation of international law that only served Russia to unleash the current military attack against Ukraine. Therefore, even for the lost lives, for the damaged property, for the psychological traumas caused to millions of Ukrainians, for the cries of small children in the land where Russia imposes war, there is no way to be silent. There is no way not to condemn the perpetrators of this war. There is no way not to ask the aggressor to end the war. Albania fully supports the call of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Ms. Michelle Bachelet, for full respect for international humanitarian law. In particular, the 4 Geneva Conventions of 1949 and their first additional protocol of 1977, as well as international human rights law. Dear participants, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Ambassador Federico Villegas as he begins his term as President of the Human Rights Council and welcome his intention to engage all relevant stakeholders to collectively envisage how to strengthen the role and delivery of the Human Rights Council. Mr. President, you can count on Albania's support. I would also like to thank High Commissioner Bachelet and her office for their perseverance during the 2 extraordinary years behind us and for living up to the promise of being the voice of the voiceless. 2022 is the first year of Albania's membership to the UN Security Council, and we value it as a unique opportunity to emphasize our position on issues that we consider to be of particular importance. Human rights is one of our priorities. Every day of our intensified work in the UN Security Council reinforces our belief that the promotion and protection of human rights is a crucial tool in conflict prevention, sustainable development, and lasting peace. The necessity for a collective commitment to address the human rights challenges around the globe makes them even more essential. This makes the work of the UN human rights system in Geneva vital. The COVID-19 pandemic has changed the world for worse, while the pushback on human rights implementation and the rule of law continues unabated. The pandemic exposed and deepened inequalities. It demonstrated a new wave of hate and intolerance targeting especially vulnerable groups, individuals, communities on grounds of nationality, race, sex, religion, or belief, political opinion, gender identity, age, or simply for being seen as different. It also raised concerns regarding misinformation and disinformation and the role of traditional and social media in amplifying hate and discrimination. But while the world we live in may have changed, our common cause remains the same: defending human dignity. In this context, Albania stands ready to join forces with all other countries which are ready to stand up and protect human rights everywhere, especially to those in need in the less developed countries. Also, combating violence and discrimination in all its forms is one of Albania's priorities in its mandate to the Security Council. Distinguished colleagues, the advancement of gender equality and the rights of women and girls remain Albania's first priority at the Human Rights Council, and I am proud to represent a government where women hold 3/4 of the ministerial posts that has put the women, peace and security agenda at the top of its Security Council priorities, and that remains committed to working with partners to empower women, combat violence against women, and protect women activists and human rights defenders. This year, we'll pay particular attention to women and girls in conflict and post-conflict situations, and we look forward to supporting the work of the Council and its mechanisms in this respect. We will also engage with the Council on initiatives that support those who are in vulnerable and marginalized situations, those most disproportionately affected due to pre-existing, deep-rooted, and persisting inequalities, and who risk falling further behind: women, children, minorities, people with disabilities, youth, including even the negative impacts of climate change. I would like to praise those who fight for them, human rights defenders and civil society activists, who are an added value to our societies. We're aware that the turbulent situations occurring in different parts of the world tend to primarily affect vulnerable groups, minorities, and groups at risk of discrimination. We believe the Human Rights Council, with all its member states and other stakeholders, should do more in this respect, because human rights are universal rights. Excellencies, the UN Secretary General's alarm for emergency action to improve the lives of people is loud and clear. The severity of the human rights situation under this Council attention is hard to miss. The readiness of the Council to act, as demonstrated by the special sessions held last year, is cause for cautious optimism. I say cautious because the challenges are many. It falls on all of us to ensure that the Human Rights Council, its mechanisms, and the human rights treaty bodies, the major centers of gravity of the international human rights system, are fit for purpose. On a final note, I would like to acknowledge the 10th anniversary of the Voluntary Trust Fund to support the participation of least developed countries and small island developing states in the work of the Human Rights Council, an indispensable tool that exemplifies the universality, inalienability, indivisibility, interdependence, and interrelatedness of human rights, and to lay the proper importance to multilateralism for delivering on our common aspirations for peace, sustainable development, human rights, and dignity for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Y tiene la palabra Su Excelencia el señor Advleketo Rakowane, Minister of Law and Justice of Lesotho. Tiene la palabra.
President of the Human Rights Council, High Commissioner for Human Rights, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the government of the Kingdom of Lesotho at this 49th session of the Human Rights Council. The session displays an important introspection of the meaning of universality of the human rights. Thus, we hope for candid deliberation that will advance the human rights discourse across the globe. We hold high esteem of the Human Rights Council. With its multifaceted landscape of human rights issues, it is doing a commendable work in the promotion and protection of human rights worldwide and become the voice of the voiceless. However, the Council still has a lot of work to do, given the history of exploitation around the globe and the struggle roots of the concept of human rights. We need to travel this journey together, as it cannot suffice for the critical mass of building blocks by state parties that take human rights seriously at the domestic level. There is need for a strong political will from states, and by joint efforts, we could vindicate the purpose for which the Council was established. Mr. President, I would like now to turn to the state of play and measures undertaken in promoting and protecting human rights in Lesotho. The reporting process is an important tool which evaluates the domestic implementation of the treaties to which the country is a steady party. It will recall that Lesotho took part in the third cycle of the Universal Periodic Review UPR mechanism in January 2020. A stakeholder workshop was held in September 2021 and an action plan was drafted to guide the follow-up of the recommendations. The government has made a request to the Voluntary Fund for Financial and Technical Assistance to facilitate, among others, the establishment and maintenance of UPR database. Meanwhile, the recommendations are continually being implemented with the support of the UN agencies and other development partners, Lesotho will in due course submit a voluntary mid-term report. In August 2021, Cabinet approved the establishment of a national mechanism on reporting and follow-up, NMRF, as a means of addressing the current backlog of state party reports facing the country, as well as keeping track progress on implementation of recommendations from various treaty monitoring bodies. Lesotho participated in the African Regional Consultation Meeting on NMRF in December 2021, whose object was, among others, to exchange experiences and good practices relating to establishment and development of national mechanism for implementation. With ours being a newly established body, we look forward to further training and cooperation. The government has also submitted its response to list of issues prior to reporting on the International Covenant of Civil and Political Rights in April 2020 and is ready to present before the relevant treaty monitoring bodies. In Lesotho, disability issues are treated as a matter of human rights and development. It will be recalled that Lesotho ratified the conventions on the rights of persons with disabilities in 2008. Since then, the rights of persons with disabilities remained elusive because of the absence of disability-specific legal protection. It ensures that the rights of persons with disability are mainstreamed in line with the changing efforts. The Act further provides for inclusive education. The government is working on finalizing the draft of inclusive education implementation plan as well as developing a teacher training. We are in the process of establishing Disability Public Fund. Mr. President, Lesotho is beset with challenges such as poverty, high level of unemployment, food insecurity, and high prevalent rate of HIV/AIDS, which are contributing factors to the hindrance of enjoyment of human rights. To add on this already existing challenge, the world is facing one of the prevailing menaces of our time, the COVID-19 pandemic. It has fueled deepening poverty, rising inequalities, structural and entrenched discrimination, and many other gaps in human rights protection framework. Drastic measures have to be taken to contain the spread of the pandemic, thereby impacting on some fundamental human rights for many individuals and communities. Therefore, approaches to curb the pandemic must have a human rights lens. The lesson we have learned so far as international community is that human rights violations affect all human rights, protect all of us. Thus, effective response to the pandemic must be based on solidarity and collaboration. It would be remiss of me if I would conclude my statement without appreciating the technical and financial support as well as the good cooperation that Lesotho is receiving from the United Nations agencies and individual countries which are continuously offering support to ensure her strides in the promotion and protection of human rights of her citizens. As we grapple to afford our citizens the full spectrum of human rights, civil, political, economic, social, cultural, human rights should not be overlooked. As we further struggle to maintain the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, let us all ensure that human rights are at the heart of the SDGs. As in the absence of human dignity and the rule of law, we cannot hope to drive sustainable development. Human rights are therefore driven by progress on all SDGs, and SDGs are driven by advancement in human rights. In conclusion, Mr. President, Lesotho remains committed to working with the Human Rights Council to ensure that human rights uplift human dignity. When we achieve human rights and human dignity for all our people, they will build peaceful, sustainable, and just world. Let us strive to make this our collective responsibility. I thank you.
Thank you. Y ahora tengo el honor de darle la palabra a su excelencia el señor Rogelio Maita, ministro de Asuntos Extranjeros del Estado Plurinacional de Bolivia. Tiene la palabra, señor ministro.
Gracias, presidente. Estimadas y estimados jefes y jefas de Estado, ministras y ministros y delegaciones presentes. Hoy quería compartir con ustedes los avances que logramos en mi país en los procesos de justicia para reparar las graves violaciones de derechos humanos ocurridas a fines de 2019, en ocasión de la crisis política que sufrimos. Violaciones identificadas en la investigación realizada por el Grupo Interdisciplinario de Expertos Independientes de la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos, promovida por el gobierno del presidente Luis Arce. Quería compartirles que iniciamos el Decenio Internacional de las Lenguas Indígenas 2022-2032, propuesto e impulsado por Bolivia en la Asamblea General de Naciones Unidas, con el propósito de contribuir a conservarlas, revitalizándolas, evitando su extinción, buscando también rescatar la sabiduría ancestral de nuestros pueblos, su comprensión de nuestra existencia, su interlocución con nuestra madre tierra. Parte de esta iniciativa se consolidó con la creación del Instituto Iberoamericano de Lenguas Indígenas, que se encuentra trabajando desde enero de 2022. Quería recordar a todos los estados aquí presentes y al conjunto de las Naciones Unidas en general que no podemos seguir depredando nuestra casa común como hemos hecho durante tanto tiempo. El cambio climático y la contaminación son hoy dos de los problemas que afectan la vida y los derechos de la gran mayoría de la especie humana. Afectados por incendios o inundaciones, las personas más indefensas son obligadas a dejar sus hogares o los ven destruidos. Son más las personas que mueren anualmente por los efectos de la contaminación y el cambio climático de las que han muerto en los 2 últimos años por la pandemia de COVID-19. Esta situación ocasiona las migraciones climáticas que tienen un impacto profundo en los derechos humanos. Quería hablar de estos y otros temas, de nuestros avances y retos comunes. Lastimosamente hoy nos sobrecoge la urgencia de la guerra, y es que la escalada de los acontecimientos nos hace temer escenarios de extrema gravedad que pueden comprometer incluso nuestro futuro como especie. No es que seamos actores de los hechos ni los dueños de los intereses que se disputan. Es más, estamos lejos de serlo, pero compartimos el planeta y estos hechos afectan nuestra humanidad y nos llaman a hablar. No hay guerra justa. Cada conflicto armado asesina personas inocentes, rompiendo para siempre la continuidad de la vida a la que todos en nuestro planeta tenemos derecho. En una guerra se hace astillas nuestra pretendida civilidad. El conflicto bélico en Ucrania no puede ser la solución final para ninguna disputa. Las muertes que ocurren en estos días, las heridas que se infligen y la destrucción que se ocasiona tienen múltiples responsables, y eso incluye no solamente a los militares de ambos países, sino a políticos y militares de todas las partes involucradas, que en vez de extenuarse por dialogar, han comenzado a enviar armas que provocarán más muerte, más violaciones a los derechos humanos. La guerra en Ucrania es una tragedia en la que no podemos seguir avivando el fuego de la muerte. Debe imponerse el diálogo y la diplomacia. En su historia, mi país sufrió varias guerras de agresión, en la que perdimos casi la mitad de nuestro territorio. Pese a esa amarga experiencia, y más bien por ella, optamos por la paz. La Constitución que nos da vida define a Bolivia no solamente como un Estado plurinacional, sino como pacifista. No podemos ni queremos hacer otra cosa que aprender de nuestra gran diversidad humana y al mismo tiempo esforzarnos constantemente por entendernos y respetarnos. Consideramos que este Consejo, basándose en la sencilla y poderosa idea de respetar la vida como nuestro derecho fundamental, debería llamar a los gobiernos del hemisferio occidental, a Rusia y a Ucrania, a todos los involucrados, a deponer la beligerancia, a darle oportunidad a la diplomacia, al diálogo, a la vida. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Excelencia. And now I have the honor to give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Ingrid Borokova, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of Slovakia. You have the floor.
Distinguished Mr. President, Madam High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to condemn in the strongest possible terms the ongoing aggression of the Russian Federation against Ukraine. Unjustified and unprovoked military operations by Russia are a manifest violation of international law. The Slovak Republic fully supports and recognizes independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity of Ukraine. Military actions in Ukraine are putting in danger lives of innocent civilians and could be leading to massive violations of human rights and international humanitarian law. Moreover, according to recent estimations of UNHCR, 4 million persons might be displaced due to the military operations, whether as refugees outside or territory of Ukraine or IDPs. In the present situation and extremely difficult circumstances, more than ever, we are attaching the utmost importance to the work of the UN Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine with its 7 field offices in order to monitor any violation of human rights on the ground. The Slovak Republic is also fully supporting holding of an urgent debate on the situation in Ukraine during the 49th session of the HRC. Furthermore, Slovakia strongly calls for immediate release of all detained people in Russia for participating in protests against Russia's military operation in Ukraine. Mr. President, last year Nobel Prize winner Maria Ressa said, I quote, "When facts are debatable, you cannot have truth, you cannot have trust, and you cannot have democracy," end of quote. These days we face growing problems with where the truth really lies. To our great concern, these are also governments who hamper free flow of facts that against independent media. Journalists are more and more at risk while doing their job. We again wholeheartedly congratulate Maria Ressa and Dmitry Muratov on being awarded in the 2021 Nobel Peace Prize, which emphasizes the importance of independent journalism. My country, Slovakia, is working hard to strengthen the independence and safety of journalists. Relevant legislation is under preparation in this regard. Just recently, on 21st February, we commemorate a tragic 4-year anniversary of the cold-blooded murder of young investigative journalist Jan Kuciak and his fiancée Martina Kushnirova. Jan Kuciak was murdered for doing his job. Exactly during these days, those who are charged with ordering and orchestrating this heinous crime are facing their trial before the court in Slovakia, while perpetrators have been already serving their long-time sentences. Slovakia is also a proud member of the Media Freedom Coalition. We participated in the 3rd Global Conference for Media Freedom, which was recently held in Estonia in February 2022. To our regret, there are still countries where journalists and human rights defenders, civil society organizations are not protected, but on the contrary, they are dissolved, harassed, hunted down. We are fully supporting and aligning ourselves with the 3-country resolutions initiatives on Belarus, Myanmar and North Korea, which will be presented at the 49th session of the HRC by the European Union. We are deeply concerned about increasingly deteriorating human rights situation in Belarus, with more than 1,000 political prisoners who are arbitrarily arrested, tortured, ill-treated and detained in inhuman conditions, with more than 260 non-governmental organizations closed and independent media wiped out. According to 2020 manifesto of the government of the Slovak Republic, I quote, "The protection of human rights and fundamental freedoms, as well as the promotion of the rule of law, is a key criteria in advocating of the foreign policy interests of the Slovak Republic." End of quote. I am proud to state at this noble forum that the 2021 year was a milestone in mainstreaming human rights agenda into the Slovak foreign policy. A very first concept paper for the promotion of human rights and democracy in the world was adopted by the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs on 24th of May 2021. Subsequently, in July, our ministry appointed the first ever Slovak ambassador for human rights. The creation of this position underlines our deeper commitment to protecting and promoting human rights. However, the year 2021 was also a year of the self-reflection to rectify the wrongdoings from the past. Thus, the government of the Slovak Republic issued an apology for victims of sterilization of women carried out not fully in accordance with the law, carried out in years 1966 until 1989, and also for some practices which continued also in years 1990 till 2004, affecting mostly Roma women. My government, also in response to the rise in misinformation, hate speech and anti-Semitism, apologized in 2021 once again for the actions of the wartime Slovak Republic and for the adoption of the Jewish Code, which took away the basic rights of our Jewish fellow citizens more than 80 years ago. The Slovak Republic also initiated, together with Austria and the Czech Republic, a joint statement on the fight against anti-Semitism during the last Human Rights Council session on 4th of October 2021. The statement has been so far endorsed by some 50 states. Mr. President, I have started my intervention with addressing the situation in Ukraine, and I cannot but conclude in the same manner. Bearing in mind a grave situation on the ground and non-budgetary restraints of Office of the United Nations High Commissioner for Human Rights, the Slovak Republic decided to provide a special contribution of 100,000 euros on behalf of the Slovak Republic to the Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine. This contribution is primarily focused on protection of civilians in armed conflict, protection of physical integrity rights, including prevention and prosecution of arbitrary detention and torture, monitoring of violence, threats, and hate speech against individuals or group of individuals. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And now I give the floor to Her Excellency Ms. Patricia Scotland, Secretary General of the Commonwealth. You have the floor.
Mr. President, distinguished delegates, I'm honoured to represent the Commonwealth at this eminent council. Our family of 54 nations, home to more than 2.5 billion people, 60% of whom are under the age of 30, is bound by history, tradition, and shared values. Human rights are enshrined in our Charter, both as a central obligation and as a cornerstone of our wider commitment to peace, democracy, and championing the most vulnerable. I can say with my hand on my heart that our devotion to human rights is more than an abstract pledge. It is alive in our work and our determination for the Commonwealth to be a force for good in the world. Because human rights put people front and centre, compelling us to consider the most vulnerable and focus our efforts on those who are suffering most. A year ago, when I addressed this Council, I described the pandemic as a human rights emergency. This has been borne out directly in the threat to life, health and livelihoods, and it's been borne out more broadly in the exacerbation of existing vulnerabilities and inequalities, in new forms of exclusion, and in the intensification of exposure to harm or violence, especially amongst women, girls, and marginalized groups. The reality is that every kind of global emergency is a human rights emergency. And it follows that human rights must be at the heart both of our immediate response and at the heart of our long-term efforts to build back better, stronger, fairer, and more resilient. For the pandemic, that means urgent action to ensure equitable access to vaccines across the world as the fastest way out of the acute phase of the crisis. And it means long-term support for all nations to build strong, resilient, high-quality health services to which everyone has access. This focus is at the heart of the Memorandum of Understanding signed last month between the Commonwealth Secretariat and the World Health Organization. By working together, we can deliver more for our member states. For the climate emergency, it means a commitment to a rights-based response. I highly commend this Council for adopting the resolution recognizing the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. The task now is to follow this with concrete action. In this, you will always find a willing partner in me and the whole Commonwealth Secretariat. And it means we need to scale up our commitment to tackling the ongoing emergency of violence against women and girls. I have called this the hidden pandemic. It is an intolerable fact that 1 in 3 women globally will experience physical or sexual violence in their lifetime, with calls to available helplines increasing 5-fold during the pandemic. So I invite everybody, within and beyond our family of nations, to join our Commonwealth Says No More campaign. This flagship campaign is a unique platform linking government, business, civil society and citizens in a bid to end domestic and sexual violence once and for all. Cutting across all of our work, from COVID to climate change and tackling violence, is a commitment to the Sustainable Development Goals. If the Universal Declaration of Human Rights is the common destination, the Sustainable Development Goals are the roadmap. That is why SDG implementation is such a central focus for our Human Rights Unit, as well as the whole Commonwealth Secretariat. Much of our commitment to human rights comes alive in the work of our Small States Office here in Geneva, and I thank the Commissioner for our continued close partnership. 32 of the 42 small states in the world are in the Commonwealth. Our support for them is both principled and practical. I champion small states everywhere I go because I have the duty and mandate to do so, and the moral, political and economic imperative to help small states is a central motivation for me as Secretary General. But I fiercely believe that centralizing the needs of small states helps everybody. Addressing our greatest vulnerabilities strengthens the whole. Strengthening the whole enables every nation, every community in every part of our world to be more peaceful, more secure, happier, healthier, and more prosperous. And, Mr. President, the pandemic has reminded us just how important and how fragile security, health, and prosperity can be. This belief and this spirit will guide me and the whole Secretariat as we look forward to the forthcoming Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Kigali in June. And I hope it can guide all of us in every setting to bring human rights alive with the most vulnerable at the heart of our approach. Not just when it's easy, but when it is hard. Because it is in these moments when the human spirit is truly tested.
Thank you. Y ahora le doy la palabra a Su Excelencia, la señora Julissa Mantilla Falcón, comisionada y presidenta de la Comisión Interamericana de Derechos Humanos de la Organización de Estados Americanos. Tiene la palabra.
Mr. President, distinguished delegate, I have the honor to address to the UN Human Rights Council on behalf of the Inter-American Commission on Human Rights, a principal autonomous body of the Organization of American States. 2 years after the declaration of the pandemic, it seems impossible to avoid commenting on the affliction that it has represented and its severe and ongoing impact on human rights, not only in the Americas, but throughout the world. The Commission has made significant contributions to inter-American human rights standards by adopting resolutions number 1, 2020 and 4, 2020 on pandemic and human rights in the Americas, and the Inter-American Guidelines on the Human Rights of Persons with COVID-19. In addition, the monitoring of the situation has been made public through several press releases highlighting the impact of the pandemic on the life of various groups of people in vulnerable situations in the Americas. In this context, the Commission has reinforced its permanent space of dialogue with the different users of the Inter-American system, promoting periodic meetings with the states and civil society organizations. In addition to the challenge brought by the pandemic, we have found the persistence of discrimination and violence against women, LGBTI people, Afro-descendants and indigenous people, children and adolescents, particularly against human rights defenders, journalists, and social leaders. As we also take a moment to remember the current situation unfolding in the Ukrainian territory that has generated the forced displacement of hundreds of thousands of people, and other severe humanitarian crises around the world, we recall that this situation adds to more than 84 million displaced people in the world. This is an era of forced displacement, and some of these humanitarian and human mobility challenges take place in the Americas. Furthermore, in this context, poverty, increased repression, the disproportionate use of force, acts of violence, and economic and political turmoil forced displacement and further human rights vulnerabilities. The region has made progress in this democratic development, but anti-democratic inertia persists in our society. In particular, the Commission has seen the obstacles and setbacks in protecting human rights, the separation of powers, or the space for democratic participation, forced displacement in Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, for example. Concerning Cuba, the Commission recognized several violations of the fundamental element and institution of representative democracy, which are essential for realizing human rights. In particular, the Commission helped follow up on the repression of activists, human rights defenders, and regime opponents, such as arbitrary restriction on political rights and the right to freedom of expression. Regarding Nicaragua, in 2021, the Commission notes the intensification of a new stage of repression in the country. Repressive measures took the shape of a series of state actions that put an end to the opposition participation in the general election held on November 7. In particular, the Commission observed the cancellation of the legal status of opposition parties, the detention and criminalization of leaders, including pre-candidates for the presidency, through the approval and use of criminal laws that arbitrarily restricted the political rights of the Nicaraguan population. Dozens of thousands of people have already fled the country since the political repression cycles of 2018. Likewise, the Commission published the report Concentration of Power and Weakening of the Rule of Law in October 2021. In this report, the Commission states that the climate of repression and the closing of democratic space show the Nicaraguan government's will to perpetuate itself indefinitely in power, thus maintaining its privilege and immunities in a context of corruption, electoral fraud, and structural impunity. About the current crisis in Venezuela, the Commission has continuously monitored the country situation. In different states, the Commission noted the inexistence of the rule of law due to a series of factors such as 1, the absence of a system of checks and balance, 2, the lack of independence of the different branches of government, and 3, the high concentration of power in the head of the executive branch. The circumstance has facilitated the perpetration of serious human rights violations and the deterioration of the general population living conditions, impacting the displacement of 6 million people since 2015. It's also important to highlight that last year, the Commission concluded the works of the Interdisciplinary Group of Independent Experts, GIEI, in Bolivia, created to investigate acts of violence and human rights violations that occurred in that country between September 1st and December 31st, 2019. This report concludes an act of violence unacceptable in a democratic society and human rights violations committed by state agents, violence and abuse that have racial and gender dimensions in many cases. The report analyzed the state responsibility for these acts under international human rights law. Finally, it pointed a way forward for Bolivia towards the establishment of indisputable truth, the prosecution of those responsible at all levels, the application of appropriate sanctions within the framework of due process and fair trial standards, compensation for the damage suffered by the victims, and the adoption in broad democratic consensus of public policies for the non-repetition of these crimes. Undoubtedly, the structural human rights violations facing the region alongside the COVID-19 pandemic will continue to challenge the Americas. In this context, it will be imperative to continue focusing on strengthening democratic and human rights institutions in the Americas, aiming to promote state responses focused on respect for human rights. I want to reaffirm the Commission's willingness and readiness to provide technical assistance to states, regional bodies, civil society organizations, and other institutions for institutional strengthening and the formulation, implementation, and evaluation of public policy to prevent and tackle human rights violations in the Americas. The UN Human Rights Council can count on the Inter-American Commission commitment to strengthening the respect, promotion, and defense of human rights in the Americas. And doing this by putting the victims and the family at the center of its priorities, listening to the concerns of civil society organizations, and deepening the dialogue with the states of the region and all stakeholders, aiming for the construction of positive work agendas. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Y tiene la palabra ahora Su Excelencia el señor Achim Steiner, administrador del Programa de las Naciones Unidas para el Desarrollo. Tiene la palabra.
Distinguished President of the UN Human Rights Council, Ambassador Federico Villegas, my dear colleague, High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to address this high-level segment of the Human Rights Council. Today I would like to outline some of the major human rights challenges that are holding back development in the year 2022 and ways to address them. First, COVID-19 is not an equal opportunity virus. Nowhere is this more evident than in access to the COVID-19 vaccine. Even though access to the vaccine is, by extension, a human right, just 1 in 8 people in low-income countries have received at least 1 dose of the vaccine. Booster after booster is being given in some countries while millions of people in developing countries are unprotected, prolonging the misery of this pandemic and the virus's opportunity to mutate. Ensuring vaccine equity is crucial to our efforts to end COVID-19 as a global health emergency in 2022. Second, acts of violence and intimidation against human rights defenders continued unabated. 2/3 of these acts have been committed against environmental human rights defenders and indigenous peoples protecting their land and livelihoods. When governments suppress dissenting voices, it often leads to fear, resentment and frustration, setting the conditions for ultimately conflict and crisis. Countries must find the political will to end impunity for acts of intimidation, violence and murder. As part of this process, countries must also do more to publicly applaud the vital contribution that human rights defenders make towards building just societies. Third, climate change remains arguably the single biggest threat to human rights globally today. Yet, change is taking root. This body has recognized for the first time that having a clean, healthy and sustainable environment is indeed a human right. And there is a growing recognition of the need to respect the rights of future generations. As part of this shift in thinking, we are now seeing people across the world invoking legal and constitutional rights to hold their governments accountable in key areas like climate change and environmental degradation. Yet, there are clear issues that need to be addressed. That includes getting people online and equipping them with the digital skills so they can have their say on climate change and their future in this increasingly digitalized world. At the United Nations Development Programme, we are leveraging human rights as a problem-solving tool in virtually every facet of our work and support. That means ensuring that people from all sections of society, including marginalized and vulnerable populations, have a seat at decision-making tables so that they can make their invaluable contribution. That includes everything from community-based solutions to climate change, to people with disabilities driving forward inclusion, to ensuring access to justice for all. Indeed, human rights mechanisms provide us with a tremendous wealth of guidance on how to protect and promote human rights. Yet, there is a clear technical cooperation gap between the work of human rights mechanisms and the reality on the ground. I see two ways to help close this gap. First, we know that 90% of the SDG targets are in fact linked to human rights. Yet, human rights often remain an afterthought. There is a clear need to support governments to integrate human rights targets into their SDG tracking and reporting systems, indeed into their entire SDG implementation planning systems. Look, for instance, to Sierra Leone and Pakistan, where UNDP and the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights are helping to digitally track the country's progress towards their human rights and SDG commitments. Second, we need to export the findings of human rights mechanisms more consistently into development practices. At UNDP, we are proud to have worked closely with the Office of the High Commissioner for Human Rights and the UN Development Cooperation Office to gather living examples of this form of cooperation across the UN system. And we have just published a repository of UN system-wide experiences that detail how the Universal Periodic Review supports, indeed accelerates sustainable development. UNDP is putting such findings into practice, from supporting non-discriminatory legal frameworks in Bangladesh, to strengthening civil society to advocate for change in Ukraine, to tackling violence against women and girls in Armenia. Distinguished President of the UN Human Rights Council, dear High Commissioner, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, guided by our ambitious new strategic plan, UNDP is proud to be playing our part within the UN family and our partners to implement the UN Secretary General's call to action for human rights. We will continue to work with countries and communities to integrate human rights into every fiber of our support. We know that a human rights-based approach to development based on equality, inclusion, and non-discrimination is the best way to reduce inequalities and make that high-speed connection to the 2030 agenda. I thank you for your attention and wish you all the best.
Thank you. And my last speaker in the list for today is Her Excellency Ms. Gillian Triggs, Assistant High Commissioner for Protection United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. You have the floor.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as Assistant High Commissioner for Protection with the UN Refugee Agency, I welcome the opportunity to highlight the specific protection needs of asylum seekers and refugees and of all those forcibly displaced in their own country or who are stateless. People who've been forcibly displaced, today about 84 million people, 50% of them children, are highly vulnerable to persecution, discrimination, abuse and violence. They're in desperate need of the protection that international, regional and national human rights laws and mechanisms can and do offer. The COVID-19 pandemic has taught us many lessons. It's crystal clear now, if not before, that equitable access to health care is a global imperative, that a pandemic does not respect the legal status of citizenship or nationality. Asylum seekers and those who are stateless must be included. As the world recovers from the immediate health impacts of the virus, we're left with a legacy of long-term social-economic crises that threaten the recovery of all those forcibly displaced when compared to nationals in the same situation. The resilience and capacity of a displaced person to bounce back is slower, and their access to education, housing and livelihoods will be more restricted. Although many had hoped that the pandemic might pave the way for ceasefires and for opportunities for peace, political upheaval and conflict across the globe have shown no signs of abating. Conflicts go unresolved, and political violence, repression and fault lines have become further entrenched. Deep societal divisions, made worse by poor governance and a lack of respect for the rule of law, have given voice to discrimination, racism and xenophobia, especially against people who've been forcibly displaced from their villages and their lands. Adding to protracted conflict and political instability is the displacement of millions of people by the direct and indirect effects of climate change. Increasing incidents and the severity of droughts, floods, cyclones around the world have a multiplier effect in forcing people to flee conflict over resources, access to water and grazing and arable lands. Displacements fueled by climate change are a global reality, a reality that reflects pre-existing inequalities and injustice, posing yet more challenges to the realization of human rights. We welcome the Human Rights Council's recognition last year that a clean, healthy and sustainable environment is a fundamental human right. It is a tragic fact and paradoxical that most climate-related displacement occurs in developing countries that have contributed the least to global warming. Those developing countries that are the most vulnerable to climate change currently host 40% of the world's refugees. It is also true that 70% of people displaced internally by conflict or violence live in the most climate vulnerable countries. Women, children, older people, people with disabilities, social groups with a different sexual orientation or gender identity, stateless people and indigenous communities are often disproportionately affected by climate change as they have fewer resources to adapt in an increasingly hostile environment. The climate crisis thus amplifies vulnerability and makes life even harder for those forced to flee their homes. If left without the resources and the capacity to adapt, the cycles of crisis and displacement will continue to gain momentum. Climate preparedness has become a global imperative. Many climate-vulnerable countries, including small island developing states and least developed countries, are already reaching the point where adaptation and risk reduction will not be enough without stronger commitments to address climate change. As COVID-19 has shown us, inclusion is key to the protection of people displaced by environmental disasters. They must be protected from falling through the cracks of social systems. They must be included on an equal footing as citizens in national response plans. And so in conclusion, the pandemic has demonstrated the importance of collective, concrete efforts to protect the most vulnerable, of the need to work together to share responsibilities for those in need of protection in the spirit of the Global Compact on Refugees. We know that solidarity and international cooperation are vital in today's interconnected world. Protecting the rights of people forcibly displaced or stateless is a mutual responsibility, all the more critical if we're to make real progress on achieving the Agenda 2030, the United Nations Common Agenda, and the Secretary General's call to action for human rights. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Este fue el último orador, la última oradora de mi lista para esta reunión. Nos volveremos a reunir mañana a las 10 horas para continuar con el segmento de alto nivel, seguido por el segmento general y el derecho de respuesta relativo a las declaraciones realizadas durante el segmento de alto nivel y el segmento general. Me gustaría recordar a los delegados y las delegadas que está previsto que el debate urgente sobre, cito, la situación de los derechos humanos en Ucrania derivada de la agresión rusa, fin de cita, tenga lugar inmediatamente después de la conclusión del derecho de réplica. Inicialmente su celebración estaba prevista para el jueves por la tarde. Sin embargo, a la luz del progreso actual del segmento de alto nivel, el debate urgente ahora comenzará durante la reunión de mañana por la mañana. Les ruego que lo tengan en cuenta en caso que tengan intención de participar en dicho debate urgente. Con esto doy por concluida la 7ª reunión del 49º periodo de sesiones del Consejo de Derechos Humanos.
Thank you. So what time do you think tomorrow?
3 days.